my friend
Wendigo.
Wendigo, or on his YouTube channel, also known as SpaceGodzilla20008. I've mentioned him in a couple of my other videos, but he is most commonly known as the voice of Ultima.
Yeah, that's I'm sorry.
As a matter of fact, could you give them a little bit of an example?
Oh, you mean like this example?
Oh, God. Right, so other than that, we're mostly just going to be talking about our two series. For me, Death Within Dominion, and for him, his new series that he's come out with, the Thunderblooded.
Yep.
And Jesus Christ, this green screen is not working with my hair, but I'm gonna have to work with it. So, yeah, this is the first time we've done a live together. I've done a live before, so um, yeah, you go ahead and mention what your channel's about, and then I'm
All
gonna
right.
mention what mine's about afterwards, I guess.
All right. So originally, my channel was mainly Godzilla based until I mainly started doing more like mythology. Well, I started watching more mythology, Cthulhu myth, H.P. Lovecraft's work, and other genres of cosmic horror and sci-fi and mythology in general. And for this is basically like a fresh new start because one, I am actually ran the profiles in these book for some of the characters
Yeah,
and actually
it almost looks like my cookbook or my what's it called? The book that we've been working on.
oh yeah.
Right. So for the most part, my channel is a Godzilla channel, same as a lot of my other channels.
I've seen some of them. Eh. So
When you keep them occupied, read their questions or concerns that they have. I'll be
I
right back.
cannot
I gotta
reach.
take care of something.
All right. But warning, guys, I cannot read. So, damn, I was damn 18 people. Damn, 18 people already. So I'm trying to find something to keep you guys occupied with, and damn, 11 people left already. Damn. Okay then. Damn. um, this is actually the first time I went on live, though. Not gonna lie. Yeah, 3 people left. The hell. But might as well like, freak. I'm trying to think. So, what does anybody like? So, what's everybody's favorite horror movie? Basically, well, you guys don't need to do horror movies, but you can choose which ones you like. Me personally, I like the Friday the 13th movies. Yeah. What else? What else? To give you guys a little background. Not a bad choice. Really not a bad choice at all. Anyone else? Like anyone else has a favorite horror movie as well? Or does anyone have a favorite like video game series they like to play? Damn. Welcome back.
It feels good to be back.
Mm-hmm. What's a window?
What's the one to go behind me?
Oh, don't worry, he don't bite. Unless I don't think so.
Chan- Chance called said, "Let's start a gang, guys."
Why am I not surprised?
So, yeah, for the most part, I'm going to be talking about my series, Death of the Dominion, and we're going to go, like I said, is going to be talking about his series, the Thunder Blooded.
Hmm. Yeah, you are correct.
So, which one do you want to start with?
I said we start with your series first because.
All right. So, this started a whole year ago. So back when I had a higher pitched voice, so back whenever I sounded like an off-brand Shinji,
Oh
which
God,
I did
never,
watch
never
even
do
get
that. Never do that again. Never do that again.
what a little bit too much PTSD from a certain somebody or something.
Oh, most definitely. But we don't talk about them. We don't talk about them.
Yeah, if y'all want to know more about this guy, his name is Kizu. Go to our join channel, the Kaiji Quartet, and you'll know more. I'm taking off this green screen because this. Okay, it's good. Fuck it, I'll keep it. Never mind. Yeah, I'll keep it. So, um, the first season, I'm going to just give a rundown real quick of like the seasons, and then I'll give a rundown on the characters, which I'm going to go into character profiles on a video that I'm currently working on. No spoilers
Hmm.
because I ain't going to spoil shit. That's one thing about me.
Trust me, I'm the one.
I curse a lot.
I'm the overseer of some of those videos.
Yes. So season one started with Gojira, aka the grandpa of the series.
Hmm. Yeah, you're correct.
Take the screen off. Green screen? Okay.
Damn. All right, then, let me do so.
At least I'm not alone.
There.
Okay, real quick, I'm going to turn this light a little bit.
Where he gone?
No, I'm still here. Is that
Damn. Never.
good? You see the difference in lighting when you go?
Yeah, I see it.
Alright, looks a little bit more natural.
Yep.
Ah, there we go.
Hmm. Oh, look, read that. Oh, look, read that.
What's the scariest movie to you? For I don't really have a preferred scariest movie, but if we're talking about scariest, I guess the best I would say of a scare factor would probably be 2018's Halloween. What about for you? Want to go?
Uh, shit. Me personally, though, it's more the old movies. Like we're talking like from like slasher films.
Yeah, I get that. I get that.
I
So
think yeah, scariest of all of them for me was definitely Jason. Can't kill the bastard.
right. So let's see. So season one starts with our main character, who is legendary Godzilla, and you see him progress mostly because he has an injury on his leg
Hmm.
that can't really be cured unless someone goes to help him, such as his great uncle Shin, who appears in season one at the very end of it.
Yeah.
But not just that, his other great uncle, who he voices, also appears, possessing his little brother. So ain't that some shit?
Mm-hmm.
Um, So for the most part, that's really it. There's no fights besides like a couple of debates between the family, and that's really it. Season two is pretty much the same, but there's more fights in it. There's like
Yeah.
two, three, I think like four fights.
Yeah. Yeah, I think one of them was just Rodan or Dagon.
One of them was with Dagon. The other two were with Megalon and Gigan.
Uh-huh.
And then there was one action sequence in, I believe, the second episode where Ancalagon goes to get the tooth of the Dark One.
He a big one though.
Yeah. Um. Other than that, at the end of season two, who's the nicest person that you guys have ever had at your house? For me, it would have to be absolutely no one. My mom. My mom's the kindest person that I know. Besides, everybody else in my family.
Everybody is a sinner in this house.
And you act like you're a saint.
But no joke, that was my grandmother.
Yeah.
She deals with everybody's shit.
Yeah. Or you guys just live alone. We do not live alone. He lives with his family. I live with my family.
Hmm.
In this house, this is the only, well, clean slate here that I can really use, and there's a cat up here.
I mean, I'm at my grandparents right now, since
Yeah.
Mel's out of town for the weekend.
Right. So the startup of season three, which is where he shines the most, nothing but fights. Nothing but fights so far. Except for episode three,
Hmm.
which was more of a backstory episode, like remembering like what happened between the three original brothers, Shin Godzilla, Gojira, and Ultima.
Yeah.
Which, by the way,
What?
that's some nice looking tea right there.
Fuck off.
Got my. I said that's some nice looking tea. What the hell?
It's my tea. Buzz off.
What's your favorite country? Um,
None.
Favorite country, Scotland.
I have none.
Even though it's technically a part of the UK, I don't really care if it's a part of the UK. I still consider Scotland what it is.
Got to say, I know people are going to say, I know people are going to freaking call me crazy, but Australia.
You know what? I don't blame you. It actually has some beautiful places.
Yes, minus the, you know,
Yeah.
and we just found there's a bigger spider that can actually pierce through armor called the big boy.
Oh, I got a new subscriber. Welcome to the channel.
And who would that be?
The person in the chat. So,
I have no idea who that is actually.
Jane Wheat. Um, let's see what else to talk about. What else? What else? What else?
I think explain like how they're all related of sorts.
Oh yeah, so let's go over the family tree. So the
Yeah.
first one is the big one known as the Dark One, who is
Yep.
around I think four or five Ultimas stacked on top of each other, and considering
Yeah.
my version of Ultima is over 300 meters tall,
Yeah. Like so. Yeah. Basically, like you said, free. You said like free ultimate stack on each other.
I said about 4 or 5.
All right. But yeah, like
So
if you
that would
look.
be 6 plus 6, so 12. So 1,200 meters,
Mm-hmm.
or 1,500 meters.
Yep.
Either way, he's a big boy.
Mm-hmm.
Only second to my. Anyhow, What's wrong with it? What's it called? Forgive me, everybody. I have what is known as Jobby the Hong humor, which means I have no problem saying my stuff, saying whatever I have to say out loud.
Yeah,
What's your
that's
favorite
one.
football team? I don't really have a favorite football team, but Wendigo used to play football, so what's your take on that?
It really depends on which. Really depends because my football team is still like the Buckeyes and all that shit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
my
at
family's
least
more of a baseball family, which,
yeah. But
for us, Astros. So,
but yeah, if you want to know my least favorite, Michigan. My dad's a Michigan fan. That's not really about me. Don't really get along. No, no, Dad, I legit only wear Buckeye shit to his house just to piss him off a bit.
ultimate revenge. Anyway, so after the dark one, it is these two characters known as Ravlagon and Gojira.
But just to be disclaimer, this is not Ravalagon from.
This is not Ravlagon from Gojira 2001 series. This is my own take on the character. They may look similar,
Yep.
but mine is a whole lot different and has
Yeah,
a whole lot more scars.
you know what I'm saying. I'm the one that helped out with the Ravalagon.
Yes, you did.
Speaking of what the fuck, never mind.
Monster Stealers. Monster Stealers. No, I just have a fan series. That is exactly what Death of the Dominion is. But I can understand the concept.
Yes,
Just hear me out for a second. I started Death of the Dominion mostly because of my love in Godzilla. How many push-ups do you guys want me to do, and I'll do it? 20.
40.
Dude!
I'm jo-
Dude!
nah, I'm joking. Trying to give me 20.
But yeah, you don't have to do the push-ups if you want to. I'm
Yeah,
gonna be
you
honest
know.
with you.
But yeah, trust me. Once we get talking about my series, there will be some original monsters I made, and he has heard some of them.
Yeah. So after that, we have Gojira's children,
Mm-hmm.
which are Shin, who is the oldest, Leo, who is also known as Gojira as well,
That's
or
Steelers.
1954.
He's the Steelers, really.
So now let's go on to the more complicated stuff of the storyline.
Mm-hmm.
So after that, we go to Leo's kin.
Good.
So we're going on. All right. Um. So Gojira had a son named Ravlagon. No,
Mm-hmm.
not Ravlagon. Dagon. Dagon. What you got to do?
Dude, that was
Forgot
a
to do
joke.
40.
Dude, that was a joke. That was a joke. You
Yeah,
don't need to do 40.
yeah. You don't need to do 40. I'm
Yes, I
mostly
learned that the hard
just
way.
yeah.
I mean, the only time I got. I mean, to be fair, I actually did make it from 40 to 60. That did not. Hey, that did not. I'll tell you this now. That did not end well for most of my arms.
Most of your arms, you only have two.
Exactly.
But yeah, so after that, Ravlagon had Legendary, who is the current Godzilla that we know from the Legendary series, 2014, 2019,
Wait, you said
2021.
Ralph gone.
I said Dagon.
Uh,
Dagon.
but definitely. But hey, though. Hey, on the bright side, at least he didn't get capped by a giant beetle. Oh wait.
But yeah, so his other brothers. I'll do 20 and you'll do 40. I'm not doing push-ups. I'm mostly just streaming.
Me too.
If I wanted to do push-ups, I would. But like I said, you also don't have to do them unless
Yeah.
you're devoted like that and you want to. Which, if you are, good for you. You can stay
Hmm.
devoted. Right now, I'm not going to do push-ups.
Yeah.
Besides, it's kind of a rest day for me because I went to the gym yesterday, and yeah,
Yeah.
then I also think my legs still a bit messed up from whenever I did deadlift. Um,
Sure.
but besides that, let's see. But yeah, after Dagon, we have Legendary and Caligon and Leo. But I'm going to do 70.
Is it?
70 push-ups. Okay. Cheers to that.
Mm-hmm. What?
I
No,
almost want
dude.
to slam this thing down and be like, another.
Okay.
Holy shit, Myth. How are you doing?
I'm not. I am so surprised he. I forgot he follows us.
Oh, you know what? It's probably from my post on Instagram. Hang on, I'm going to refill my tea, so I'm going to place myself on mute.
We're really just talking about our series we're doing. Well, Goji's talking about his Death of Dominion series. I'm going to talk soon about my.
Ooh. Right, so I am back. So let's continue. So
Yep.
after that, Legendary has a son named
Junior.
Junior, which represents what happened in the Heisei era of movies. So far, so good, bros. I'm letting you all know that I'm going to do a fan of you all. All right, that is good to know, man.
Hmm.
And I have a cat right here that I'm stealing.
Which one is this one?
You know which one.
Junior or Silver?
Silver.
Well, I'm not surprised. Hey. I was about to call her fucking Silver Bolt.
Quicksilvers.
I know.
But anyway, so they all have standard Godzilla abilities, except I have forms in my series. Not to
Hmm.
be confused with, Super Saiyan and other stuff like that,
Yeah.
which they kind of lay on the same thing. But their first form is their base form, which
Yeah.
is self-explanatory. Their second form, if they are descendant of Death Kaiju, or if they are a Death Kaiju, is their
Hmm.
what's it called?
Yeah. And correct me
Is
if I'm
their
wrong.
Dai Kaiju form. I
Yeah.
just subscribed. Thank you for subscribing.
Hmm. But correct me if I'm wrong. Ain't Robert? Ain't Rob? I mean, not Robert. Ain't the dark? Ain't the dark one a Death Kaiju? Or he's like,
The Dark One is not a Death Kaiju. He is actually the primordial of all Godzilla Kaijus,
so he's more
which
like a.
explains why the race of Godzilla was born from his dead body.
So he's yeah, because it makes sense because he's more of a. But here's a, but yeah, though I think people will probably ask like, are they gonna be like more like him, or is he like
Right.
the self maker?
His form is its own unique thing. He has a form that represents legendary mixed with the Godzilla Earth, but his tail is extremely long.
Like we're talking like longer than like than
He'd be
two.
conf- he'd be confused with the world serpent.
Hmm. Also, hey, long boy.
Yes, only second to my.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Right. So Okay, so let's stop being about bananas and let's get back to it. I really am not original with my jokes. Um, so the current threat of the series is Ultima, who, like I said, he voices. So go ahead and explain your character, since you know.
Oh, Ultima.
Yes,
Well, Ultima himself is was once the youngest son of one of the direct children of the Dark One.
yeah,
Well, the
that
grand.
being Gojira.
Mm-hmm.
Which, hang on, I have him right here. Let me go grab the big bastard.
Yep. And Ultima himself is more considered, in my opinions, though. I want him more like when I voice him, I try to make him more sadistic, psychotic, make him have like a Carnage and Joker feeling to him.
Which you captured that extremely well.
Yes. Oh, though me myself though, I to me he more sounded like the actual devil because in my opinion though, like he's been in hell for there he is right there. In my opinion, he looks like he's been in hell for God knows how long, killing and probably even devouring some demons.
There
Am
you
I
go.
correct?
That's good to know. Hmm?
Am I correct though about that?
About what? I wasn't listening. I was reading.
He basically I feel when he was down in hell, like he was not just like he was just filled with anger and hatred. He
Yes,
devoured
he was.
he
Yeah,
devoured like
he.
demons, ancient
His
spirits, and all that.
father filled his head with lies to make him want to kill his own brothers, which that was
Yes.
because his father was blinded by rage.
Mm-hmm.
Also, in the series, I will mention that there is some Japanese language in there. I
Hmm.
am not that good at my own Japanese. I cannot speak that well in Japanese. I learn it mostly for the series, so those are
Yeah.
my fans that are Japanese that come straight from Japan. I will say, gomenasai, I am not that good at speaking Japanese. Can you voice me?
I
I
no,
honestly do not know what you mean by that, my
me
good
either.
friend, but um, elaborate on that for us, please. But for now, we're going to go ahead and get back to what we're speaking of.
Yep.
So, Ultima, this absolute big boy.
He is huge too, by the way.
Yes,
Don't start.
I'm not going to.
But
For
yeah, oh,
comparison, I'm going to grab the technically smallest of the Godzilla crew, being the person that he killed that came back from the dead, Junior.
mm-hmm. June,
Which that's where his dorsal plates are, right?
yeah,
Here's Ultima.
mm-hmm. Junior is the smallest of the fam. Definitely is the smallest in the family though. Well, that's still alive right now.
Yes. Last I checked, the smallest was Leo whenever he was, not singular point. Which,
Mm-hmm.
by the way, this is my design that I didn't get to show you when to go.
Yep, that looks great. That definitely looks great.
Yeah. So going on to how I portray my characters in the series, they are mostly, well, mostly,
Well, that was rude.
well done.
Well, that was rude though.
Yeah. Mostly the characters are kind of on different sides. So Gojira, I kind of portrayed him as like a version of, like that caring father that you talk to every once in a while. For Shin, he's someone that you go up to for advice. Like, let's say he's a teacher
Yes.
that actually gives a fuck. Not like
Yes.
the teachers that we have in high school.
Oh God.
Which quick congratulations to Wendigo for graduating.
Hey,
He made it through about 4 years of
4
hell.
yep, 4 years of hell.
I bet that was fun.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You have no idea.
Also, I'd like to say something. I want to promote the series that me and Wendigo have been working on our second channel, the Kaiju Quartet. Now, I will say though, me and him are both broke. I do not have a job. I'm unemployed. The only thing I really do is I'm kind of a nurse here at my house, but that's not for this discussion. That's for something else.
I am currently job hunting right now and trying to get like my license too. That way I can actually like help my mom pay bills and all that shit.
Yeah. So for our series known as the Kaiju Quartet on our channel, which might have a new name here soon. So I'll probably place up a poll on my channel, and Wendigo, if you can, on your channel, place up a
Yeah, I
poll
don't worry, I will.
for a name change of the Kaiju Quartet, and we'll do an assortment and see which names we like, and then I'll put a poll up on the Quartet channel, which, if you want to know what the channel's name is, it is the Kaiju Quartet, but
Mm-hmm.
a link to it, all you gotta do is type in my channel name. Who is the best Godzilla characters? Ooh.
Oh shit. Oh, that's a good choice.
Me personally, I'd have to say Godzilla minus one, Gojira from the '54 movie. Um, Singular Point, mostly because I love his design, and Legendary.
Well, yeah.
And Shin.
Yeah. Damn, it's really hard because it depends it depends which character we're talking about. Because to be fair, I think my favorite characters that are not like Godzilla relate that are Godzilla characters definitely got to be Monster X, Final Wars Gigan, Gemstone Megalon, Singular Point Anguirus, and Batray.
All right. I
Oh,
want to
and
mention
finally
something real
Def
quick.
Ghidorah and Def Ghidorah.
Right. I would like to mention something. The characters in Godzilla minus one, no, not minus one, Singular Point, were absolutely amazing. I love like the science stuff. I understand that some people didn't understand like archetype. The future becomes the present and is also the future, but
Yeah,
is also the past and all that stuff. And the fourth dimension, diagonalizer, whatever it
yeah.
is. Um, but for me, I could understand it mostly because I broke my brain because I got bored. There's
That's, that's not.
um,
I basically made him see Azathoth.
yeah. Funny thing, saw Azathoth in my sleep.
Yeah, it's not
Didn't
like
end well.
he's right behind me.
Who is the ugliest Godzilla character?
Yeah, Manila,
Yeah, Manila.
Manila.
Actually, wait, hang on. I'll top you on that. I'll top you on Manila.
I'm thinking Gabara.
Actually, hang on.
I immediately went for
Hang on.
Manila. I immediately went for Manila first.
Destroya. Destroya's first form.
Oh yeah, I'm
Actually, wait,
sure.
no, that's eh.
Looks like a bunch of face. Ooh, looks like a face hugger though. A demonic face hugger. Ugh.
Eh, eh, eh.
In case
Actually,
you haven't.
wait. The Godzilla suit from Son of Godzilla.
Oh god, yeah.
The one where he's like, dude.
Hey, the creep. Hey, if we're talking about disturbing monsters, Abaddon. Fucking Abaddon from Kong Survival Instinct.
If we're talking about disturbing creatures in general from Godzilla media, the man in the suit, Mushroom Goji, and Bloodbath Goji are the top three in
Yeah.
disturbing Godzilla characters.
Yeah, but to me
Um,
though, it's more the arachnids that scares me. That creeps me out a bit.
Yeah, that's
Kumonga really
understandable.
doesn't, but Abaddon,
I mean, Kumonga doesn't really look like that much of a spider.
but Abaddon though is. that bit. I tell you, I'll tell you this
Yeah.
much. You being behind of a big bitch.
So I'm going to
Black
go
Widow.
ahead and turn on my green screen again, and I'm going to place up this right behind me. Oh God, no! Hey, look, K- Kagami. Fuck. Um. So like I said, it's the Kaiju Quartet. It's the series that me and Winigo came up with alongside someone else, but we're not going to get into that. That's more or less on the channel of the Kaiju
Mm,
Quartet. Which, if we get it to about, let's say, um, 50 subscribers or more, like let's say probably 100 or 500, that'd be overshooting it. But come on, let's at least try, right? I'll leave a
facts.
link. I'll leave a link to it in the comments of this
Mm-hmm.
video. But other than that, yeah, my. And Cal feels like it's going to explode. My ankle feels like it's my ankle feels like it's going to explode. You might want to get that checked out then. Like,
Yeah, you know, and it was a limp like me.
yeah, I'm still wondering how you did football with a limp. you know,
You'll be. Hey. Just you got to push through the pain.
true. Every single time life gives you pain, you got to push through it so that we can get to the high place.
Yeah, especially you got fucking back pain like me. Like, damn.
Trust me, I
You
know.
fat. Legit. You, you get two big fat bastards bigger than you, or just slam you like a damn sandwich when not.
and I'm left, and I'm right, and I'm left, and I'm right. Oh God.
But
But
yeah, continue on.
let's go ahead and get back to the characters, I guess. There's not really. Oh yeah, so let's go to the non-Godzilla characters. So we have Rodan.
Yep.
He dies in a epilogue series. That's like a prequel series, or like during the events of the of Death Within the Dominion.
Okay.
Football practice tomorrow. I pray for you, dude. Be
Mm-hmm.
careful.
Yeah, and it depends on what. It depends on who. Well, like well, and if you're a freak, if you're a lineman like me, just let's tell you this now. Hey, let's say this to all my linemen. We are the backbone. We are the backbone to all the football players because we had to constantly protect our poor fragile quarterbacks.
Oh yeah. So what? Okay. So little thing. One of my friends and one of my grandfathers said that I should be a linebacker.
Well, I will run your ass over.
I don't know, but not most of the people at Humble are they're mostly like me, just a little bit more bigger.
Yeah,
Oh, by the way, I almost weigh half of you, Wendigo.
damn. I'm running a.
I'm
I'm.
a running back. Oh, you're a running back.
Oh,
Hmm.
I took all the shit I said.
Hang on a second.
Hey, I can. Just don't break your knees or your
True,
ankles. They
true.
will, because that's a fair warning. They will go out. Some of them will go after those ankles.
I'm gonna see if. Oh wait, I don't think I can send this to anybody else. Um, putting this cat over here. Yeah.
Say hello to my little friend. 40, 40 minutes in right now, man. I'm a mention. Oh God, cat.
Well, I can now declare that Junior got into his first fight.
Hmm.
He has a scar on the back of his neck.
Damn. What a shame.
It is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
His mom is caring for him. That's adorable. What's
Um,
it called? So yeah, Rodan
Rodan,
has to be the second strongest non Godzilla character.
yeah, and who's number one?
Um Probably,
A certain somebody we will introduce soon.
yeah. The third strongest is going to be Gigan because he got killed off twice.
Yes, and to be fair, if Gaiken did manage, if Gaiken ever did survive, well, Ultima,
Yeah,
if
and
he would,
crushed his skull.
yeah, like yeah, if Gaiken could yeah, Gaiken could have survived that. Who knows how strong he would have been. He could have been.
Right, now let's go ahead and go back to talking about the forms because I just remembered that's exactly what we were talking about.
Yeah.
What
Uh.
the what the hell?
Well. Oh, the Cat Messiah.
Praise Jesus.
But yeah. Honestly, though, I think the forms, do they work like Dragon Ball logic?
Yes and no.
Mm. But
So
yeah,
the
I have.
forms are not going to be like, super, super 2, super 3, super 4,
Yeah,
all that.
they're more.
It, they go like this. So we have Death Kaiju
Mm-hmm.
or Dai Kaiju,
Yeah.
then Death Kaiju forms, Reaper form, which is a little nod to like my old channel, which was Reaper Godzilla 2008 or
Yep.
Reaper Goji 2008, and then it went simply to Goji 2008,
Yep.
which is my most common name, and it looks the best in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Don't really see my channel having another name in the future. Maybe, maybe not. It's the name
Yep.
that stuck around the most.
Yep.
So let's go from that into the forms and how they work. So we're going to go to sleep until. All right, you go ahead and go to sleep, and see you in the next live whenever
Mm-hmm.
we
We start
do
doing
end
it.
up doing a live.
Mm-hmm.
So
But yeah, and people are still gonna see this anyway, though.
I'm going to sleep at 2.
Um,
Think if I need more rest, so that way you can go ahead and get up for practice. Oh look, look who's decided to join us. Oh, cat freaked out.
well, and well then,
You go ahead and tell them more about the series since you're also technically second co-host, and then
yeah.
you know what you talk about. We'll talk about the Kaiju Quartet. Actually, I'll wait, and then I'll go get some more tea. So let's see, Death Kaiju, no, Dai Kaiju form is like it's a rage form, so just like Super Saiyan, different
Yeah.
name, but no extra abilities. It makes you go from like let's say a simple Godzilla form like this to what Ancalagon has currently.
Mm-hmm.
More physical changes.
Yes. And Telegon more looks like a. I mean, if you take a look at him, honestly though, it looks like he's more a descendant of a dragon-like monster.
Right.
If you, yeah, look at
They're a
him.
little bit more pointy and have
Mm-hmm.
more horns.
Yeah. Because when I first saw when I first saw that form, I honestly thought, "Oh, cool! Oh, cool!"
Right.
It
And it's
looks like.
different for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say Shin Godzilla goes into his form. He has a little bit more of a Lovecraftian look, but keep in
Mm-hmm.
mind, he was still going soft with that form.
What
What
time are
time are
you?
y'all going to live? Um,
Uh,
Besides being live right now, whenever we most likely feel like it,
yeah. Uh, I think we agreed on doing 2 hours. 2 hours, am I correct? Or two to
two
four?
hours to five,
Oh yeah,
or 3 to 5.
yeah. I think 3 to 5. I think 3 will work. Honestly, in my opinion.
Yeah, it really depends. This is actually kind of going slow for a live, but
Almost definitely.
so let's see. The second form, which is Death Kaiju, is where it starts to look more Lovecraftian.
Yes.
So you start to grow more limb, like extra like digits, or
Yes.
your face starts to look more
Yeah.
decrepit.
Yeah. Take body horror for example.
So let's say Reed turns into Black Mass. No, let's say Black Mass turns into Bloodbath
Yes.
in this case.
Yeah. I also like to give another example for that too, because to be fair, Reed is more inspired by body horror and Shin Godzilla. Am I correct?
Yes.
I also want to say that also basically take the thing from the movie The Thing as an example for that form too, because there could be some that there could be some kaiju that will actually like grow like extra limbs in those forms or like
Right.
extra. Yeah.
So, for example, if any other kaiju is able to go into a death form, like let's say Rodan, he'll grow another pair of wings,
Mm-hmm.
most likely.
Or some or who heavens
Right.
no like Kumunga.
For a Godzilla like this, they'd most likely grow more dorsal plates and more spikes alongside their neck. Also, something in my series that's different, when a Godzilla gets a scar, it doesn't scar up like a regular scar, like let's say you get a cut and it turns into like a piece of skin like how I have on my elbow, like
Yeah.
right about here. So what it does is in the case of Encalagon, well not Encalagon, Junior, he got, you know,
Bit by his
no, not Junior.
uh,
Not Legendary. Junior got his heart ripped out.
oh yeah.
So it healed up and with more or less like spikes on his chest, and
Mm-hmm.
then to replace the missing dorsal plate, it created one from the nuclear radiation that his dad was giving off, which gave him
Yeah.
more of an extensive healing factor.
Yes.
Now, for Encalagon, who in the series loses his arm, this right here would close up entirely and would gain something like a spike or, yeah.
Yeah. However
And most
though,
likely he'd probably have to get a prosthetic, so
yeah.
the closest thing that would probably be able to happen to that is if humanity started to like the kaijus again, which I highly doubt. I'm not sure. Depends on where
It
I take
really
the story.
yeah. But if you guys want to ask, does Ultima have one?
He does, but I'm not going to show it. Maybe
It,
whenever he dies, I will.
mm-hmm. And but so I'm gonna be the because I'm gonna help. I'm gonna help too.
Just know if he does, it's terrifying, and his healing factor is the strongest healing factor ever.
mm-hmm.
For Encaladon, it's going to take him 5 days to heal. For Junior,
Shin.
it took him 2 days to heal. For Shin, it takes about 1 day to heal, and for Ultimate, it takes only mere seconds. Hang on.
Hmm?
When are you guys going to be done? Play up all night until you guys stop. I wouldn't suggest being up all night until we stop,
Yeah.
because we're not going to stop. You know, um, we're not going to be done until the clock kind of hits zero for us, which is probably going to be at like 5-ish, maybe. Well, not 5. This is going to be 5 hours most likely. So
Yeah.
we started this at about 9:30.
Nine. Yeah, 9 for you.
9:35.
Yeah, 9:35 for you and 10 for me because I think
So let's
I.
see. Let's add 2 hours onto that. So for me, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2.
Hmm.
So at about 2 a.m. for
Oh
me and
shit!
3 a.m. for him. So the devil's hour for him. Fitting. Um,
Hey, fuck
you
that
know
fuck
it's
me.
true.
Fuck you.
No, it's true. Me too. Now, for older kaiju that aren't as nimble as they used to be, their healing factor is damage. So let me get another character. I gonna.
Oh my.
This is Leo.
Oh,
How to stay up
yep.
all night. Um, but
We
yeah,
don't
here's
shoot nurse.
Leo.
Yep,
He
that's Leo.
has a scar on his face, and actually, this is one of the scars that didn't heal because
His dad gave
the
it to him.
yeah, I think I'm the only person watching you guys.
Yeah, we.
Understandable.
Yeah, understandable.
I mean, earlier there was like 18 people, but then they all disappeared because I came and they smelled me. So,
Oh, oh, so sad.
ain't that just sweet? It sickens me. Get the fuck out.
Pretty much like that.
Yeah. So the only way to really damage a healing factor is if you hit a vital point or if you sustain damage to the point where it cannot be healed.
Yeah.
Or in the case of Ultima, it's literally just regeneration.
Mm-hmm.
He got hit with a nuke
And I kid you
twice.
not. I kid you not. I had to say this.
One of his
I
favorite lines right here.
died. Yeah, my, mind if I say it?
Go ahead.
I died in the atomic bomb, and I was born in the fires of hell.
Like I said, that's why I cast him as Ultima. Actually, it was a last minute decision too because originally Ultima was going to be voiced by one of my other friends. Hold on,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be gone for a sec. I'll come back. I'm going to go grab my charger real quick. But yeah, that's pretty much it for the forums.
The fuck was that?
Dad, may I please have my charger? Or have the charger? May I please borrow the charger? Arigato. I'm probably gonna have to move my setup to my other room,
Huh.
which yeah. Don't ask me why there's a hole in my ceiling.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see.
Oh Lord. Welcome back. Yeah, real quick.
Why don't you have your camera on when you go?
What? Oh, shit, okay. My bad, lad. My bad. I
Oh,
was
you're
just
good.
checking. Yeah, I was checking something.
So We're here to talk about your car's extended warranty. Anyway, so let's see. So now we have the. So we go from the Death form to the Reaper form, which is pretty much the final form of a Godzilla, where they don't even look like Godzilla anymore. They just look like a genuine demon. And what that stems from is their, I wouldn't say rage. It stems from something in their mind, deep in their mind. Something
Yeah.
that they hate about themselves that they change in their form.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, let's say Junior hates the fact that he's small and feels like he can't defend himself. He automatically becomes bigger in his Reaper form by like, let's say he triples in size. So let's say he's like 100 meters, or let's say he's about 90 meters. So 90 plus 90, that's
800.
six. That I think that's
100.
like 600 meters. No, not 600. Um,
Is it 90 plus 90?
yeah, 90 plus 90. That's like 106, I think.
180 actually.
No, yeah, 108, 108. Yeah, 180, 180. Fuck. Yeah, 180. My fault. Um,
What you starting at?
I just heard something. Um, staying alive, staying alive. I'm staying alive.
Anything else you guys say about the Reaper forms?
Um, they're just genuinely a whole lot bigger and a whole lot more scarier.
Hmm.
So I want you to think Space Godzilla, but thinner without the crystals. Has
Uh-huh.
more Biolante traits mixed with anything else.
Like, focus on.
My fan.
Oh, I thought you shot yourself for a second.
A10 Warthog coming in.
Oh my god. Bro, you gotta go for that one.
It's my life.
But I know damn well your eyes did. I know damn well you know how. I know damn well you know how to tie your hair back in the mad bun.
I did.
I'm gonna cut that thing off.
It's nice. I like it. I like it. I like it.
Snip,
It
snip.
suits me. You know what? Chat. Man bun or no man bun?
I mean, you have no hair on your head.
You don't have no hair on your head.
I do, bitch.
Hardly any hair on your head. You know what?
Okay.
I'm gonna put this TV on mute right now, and I'm gonna go and watch me and you on live right now. This is gonna be this is gonna be hilarious. So this means like if I can't see the chat on here, like I can see the chat. Let's see. G. There I am.
It says live.
Uh, Currently, yes. Oh my god, I actually see us live. Okay, that's too cool. Oh, you flipped us off. Oh, you flipped me off. That's fucking crazy.
Guess what? We call we call it the flip off challenge.
All right, so what's it called? This just looks weird. All right, so let's see what else. What else? What else? Um. Oh, there's two people in the chat now. Oh wait, that's me. on my TV. Um, Hang on, I'm gonna do something real quick. Hey, I can see my man bun. Fuck yeah. Okay, I was waiting there for a second. Um, I'll be right back. I gotta go pee.
This motherfucker. I'm actually gonna turn this off. Yeah, there we go. I tell you guys cannot see me. I'm trying to say power of my grandparents' house right now. Okay, apparently, some people do not believe in what the fuck. Damn. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back now. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you dare come back no more. Hit the road, Jack. Hmm. Damn, it's really taking him for a while. Yeah. Let's lay down. Ugh, damn. Huh. Welcome back.
I'm
Welcome
back.
back. Welcome back,
It was good to be
bitch.
back.
Yes.
All right, so let's see. What else was I talking about?
I have no idea.
So you're not gonna keep your camera on? What the hell?
I, I'm just, I'm just stretching my body real quick.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, man, back up.
All right. So let's see. What else? What else? What else? Um, but yeah, that's pretty much it for the forums, and let's go ahead and promote the series that is popping up behind me. Oh wait,
Good.
that's the wrong video. Wrong video.
Dumbass.
The Kaiju Quartet, everybody.
Hallelujah.
Wait, don't you have access to that image as well? But we're going to switch from this image to a more preferable image, in my opinion. I like how it just says Gorna. We have the names right there. We have him, not that one. We have this one.
It's
You want to
no.
keep it with you want to keep it with Kagami?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so this lovely person right behind me is my character's Godzilla form, Kagami, which let's go ahead and express some things about the Kaiju Quartet, starting with how we made it. It came from an
Yep.
RP.
Yeah, man, hold on. Let me pull out focus use image real quick. There's our glorious king.
Wait, don't you have like a one with a background?
Hmm?
Don't you have one with a background?
Shit. I forgot.
Wait, you don't? You don't have one with a background?
I my fucking shit was my shit was acting up, dude.
Okay, that's understandable. That's understandable.
Should I just put his dad in there or no?
You know what? Yeah, let's put Zoggus in there. We'll explain Zoggus at a whole nother. Ooh, I love that. That actually looks goaded.
My god, it's like my god, it's like my paralysis
Yes.
demon's right behind me.
That's actually badass.
My god, it's
Okay,
like
so
yeah, it's like my
huh?
paralysis demon's right behind. It's like my paralysis demon's right behind me.
Yeah, same here. Literally, if I saw this in my dreams, I would shit bricks. All right, so let's go ahead and
Yeah, I'm just gonna go
explain
over this.
how the Kaiju Quartet came to be. So you want to go ahead and explain like how we, met? Want to go?
Yeah, sure. We actually met on a live stream with a person that we don't talk
We're not
about.
going to get into that. Like I said, if you
Yeah,
want to know the full story, get the channel of the Kaiju Quartet to like 50 or like 100, maybe 500 subscribers. If I'm pushing it, let me know. But like I said, get it to like 500 subscribers, please, and thank
yeah.
you. And then we'll explain the majority of it.
But yeah, we met on a live stream around 2024. Am I correct?
Uh, Actually, wait. I think yeah.
Like it was
At
like
the
the
beginning
end.
of 2000, like it was the end of 2023
Yeah,
into the
it was.
beginning of like 2024.
Yep, it is. Yeah, it was. And then
And the first thing I said was, I have an extended knowledge on Gojira, which is the Japanese translation for Godzilla. Which I said Gojira, what I said Gojira, but that's because my Japanese was a little bit broken. What it actually is Gojira.
go really well.
So yes, the Japanese word for gorilla, Gojira, and the word for whale, Gojira, Gojira.
Go really well.
Yes.
Anyway, though, yeah,
So after that, the person of whom we're not really going to talk about, I'll say his YouTube name, like the name that we called him. Kizu came up with the idea of the quartet,
yeah,
and we decided, okay, we'll give this a shot. Now, we did end up kicking him out, which that may seem like unfair because he did come up with the idea and persuaded us to do it. But the
it's
Kaiji Quartet is more than just one person. It was a
yeah,
unanimous. It was a unanimous vote. We kicked him out for reasons I'm not going to disclose. Like I said,
yeah. But I'll
channel
give
to
you
like
the
100, 500 subscribers, yada yada yada, all that other
yeah.
shit.
But I will
Um,
give yeah, but I will give you a hint. One of the reasons was the guy behind me.
yeah,
Don't look at me
and
like that.
also another reason why is because let's just say these two people have a backstory of their own that's connected to us.
And trust me, he's far more worse than he is a little bit more worse.
Yeah, his is figurative, but also literal. His is also figurative and literal, but in a total sense, his is a whole lot more worse than mine. Just know that. And looky there, we are at the hour mark. We are past the hour mark. We're starting the second hour.
Damn, already?
Yeah, we are at 70 minutes. So we are at the 10-minute mark for the second hour. So this is definitely gonna be a long one. Get your tea ready, buddies.
I ran out of tea. I got Coke.
Anyways, so let's see. So we decided, yeah, we were going to do the quartet. It lasted for a whole entire year before we made this into an actual series. Which
Yes.
I posted videos here and there on the join channel of the quartet, which he's a part of.
Yeah.
Wendigo's a part of. Kizu isn't anymore, like I disclosed earlier.
Yeah. I mainly do some of the. I mean, I'm kind of like well, I'm telling you the power scaler when it comes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the
But
power
besides
scaler.
that, whenever we made the episodes, first Kizu made the first two episodes, which were good. I'm not gonna shame him. His videos are
They were shit.
good.
But that, for my taste, they were.
Yeah, hang on. I'm gonna try and fix this table, make sure it doesn't fall down on us.
Oh God, so weird to see these two together.
What to?
What do you think? Let's look at these two. Oh, but yeah. Try to give them a little detail on this guy. Yeah,
Second. So
might as
I'm
well.
grabbing something to make sure that doesn't fall.
I might as well because this dude is definitely going. It's actually going to be definitely one like the. It's going to be basically making a few references, but he's like going to be in the background. Crazy though. So, how you want to start this? Like, how are we going to start this thing? Oh shit about the quartet thing.
Discuss like the current arc that we're on. We are on season one of the quartet, also known as the quartet arc.
Yep. Quartet. Yeah, the quartet are mainly similar to the anime quartet.
Yeah, called Isekai Quartet, and
Yep.
that's mostly because that's where the idea drew from when Kizu came up with the original idea, which is why with the text on this image right here, it is orange.
Yep.
But
And
I changed, but
we need to change our. We definitely do need to change the name because
I don't think Kaiju Quartet's the problem. I think what it was is that it was, too similar to that.
yeah.
Like the only team that's still in there from the original is ReZero, which I've
Yeah.
seen some stuff from the anime. ReZero is extremely fucked up.
Mm-hmm. And unfortunately for me though, uh, originally though, this was when our farmer cohort,
Coworker,
yeah,
or
co-worker, the
yeah,
co-worker wanted to add in jobless reincarnation in.
yeah.
Don't worry, I already don't. Yeah, I've seen. Unfortunately, I'm the one who's seen and read. Mm,
Um,
yeah, however, we are adding our own things in the quartet because,
yeah, we
well,
are
when it comes to the
making.
second season,
So the only things we're doing for the second season is we're adding some stuff that you see in the first season intro. So we're adding what's it called? We're adding Rising of the Shield Hero, and we're
Overlord.
going to try and make it make sense. We're adding Overlord, and then we're also adding Inuyasha,
Yeah.
which is where some of the music comes from, and also what you see in the end credit scene where Kagome and Inuyasha are riding a bike for the after credit scene.
Yep.
Which I will mention something. When y'all watch the after credit scene and not the after credit scene, the credits roll and you see this is a fan based series and shall be treated as such. We are broke. We cannot hire people. We're asking, hey, can
Yeah.
y'all help us, please? That's
Hmm.
actually us actually genuinely asking. We do not have money. I'm broke. He's broke. We're both broke.
We are legit a two-person team right now.
Yeah, he works on the videos. He's the primary editor. I'm the secondary editor. I add some of the sound effects, and I also add some of the
Yeah.
physical effects, such as, let's say, atomic breath, or let's say animation, or this, that, the other. Swivel here.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on a second.
But yeah.
I said the line. I had
Huh?
to say the line.
Say what
Wendigo.
line?
The jobby line.
Oh Lord! I warned you. I warned you.
I had to say the jobby line, so you know what that means.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't make me come over there.
Swivel! Swivel! No waste
Oh,
swivel.
oh shit! You got Megatron?
Yeah, I've had this thing for a while now.
Wait,
Head
what?
swivel.
Wait, which one is
Yeah.
that?
Um, Dark of the Moon.
Studio series.
I think so. Yeah, it's been a minute since I've looked at the actual thing.
You
Doesn't
know
have
what?
a back. It has a.
Yeah.
The kibble's noticeable,
Oh.
but you know,
Oh.
what else
Oh
are you going
yeah.
to expect from something like this?
Oh yeah. It is studio series. Damn. Hey, you cannot learn them. I love that version of Megatron.
Yeah, he was good. I mean, I can do no Hugo weaving, but you know, let's go back to
Yeah.
this boy right here. So let's go
Mhm.
ahead and let me go ahead and finish what I was saying. So what was I saying? Oh yeah, I was talking about like what I do. So I also add the music of the quartet, which is a mix between Evangelion, Overlord, ReZero, and Inuyasha. I haven't ventured into any of the Shield Hero music. I might, from what I know, it's somewhat good. I think.
And there are most. Yeah. I'm not really a big Shield Hero guy, but uh, a friend of mine does does watch Shield Hero a lot. Does watch Shield Hero along with some others.
Right.
So I do ask.
Someone I talk to that's also one of my friends. I can consider him a friend. Also knows about Shield Hero, and also he's confused about the plot, which we'll talk about that in a later live.
Yeah. Oh,
Um,
it's cool. But yeah, I ain't gonna lie though. But still. But yeah, if for like later, like for later ones, we will definitely talk about some characters, like like
right.
character arts and all that.
So for the primary, we're going to talk about the characters in the season so far. Right now, we're working on episode 6. Yeah, we're working on episode 6.
Yeah, it's a very slow process right now because
Yeah, we're both, it's summer. We're trying to enjoy it, but at the same time, you
yeah,
know,
we got our own personal
which,
things we need to do.
right. Also, we're not going to work on it tonight because we're probably going to be too tired to work on it tonight. I'm probably
Yeah,
going to do some voice lines or I'm just going to go to sleep. Um,
yeah.
but let's see. Besides that, we also have. Let's just go ahead and talk about the characters. So, the character lineup that we have is for the first one, we have ReZero, we have Subaru, Rim, Rom, Puck, Amelia, um, and Roswell, who I voiced, which let me just give a demonstration.
Don't do it.
Oh, what a lovely pick! Listen here, John Wick.
Hey, do you not see this?
Oh, that's Scarface, isn't it?
Exactly.
Nice shirt. Anyways,
Thank you.
so after that, we go to his series, which is Poison of the Serpent. He has a whole lot of series. Just know that he has a whole lot of series. Um,
Yeah.
for that team, we have. We're not going to get into him yet. We
Yeah.
have Fukushu, Atanti.
No, something from my end.
What the? I just saw something.
What was it?
I don't know what it was. That scared the shit out of me. Also, your arms are kind of fading in and out.
Oh, well, you probably saw my little cousin.
Yeah.
Oh, that boy is so white you can see him for the snow. A little black room.
All right. So, Jesus Christ, why are my arms like that? Anyways, so let's go ahead. So for his series, we have Fukushu, Apex, and Atanti, also known as SCP-682, to most people.
Get out here.
For my series, which is Hello, Mr. Arikawa, that's a placeholder name. I might change in the future. We have Kagami, Kenji, Ari, and Ren. So a proper quartet. Wendigo EXE is missing his volume.
Yeah.
Okay, you're good.
I, but yeah.
Yeah.
I
Um.
mean,
So then
too,
for Ishiro, or Gesu, as he's also known as,
cool.
there's quite a few people.
Too many. Too
Ella
many.
King, Gomera, Ultra Woman, Ultraman Zero. Who else?
Gamora.
Oh, I forgot one. I already said Gamora.
Uh,
Um, I forgot one for ReZero. We had Beatrice. Dude.
you know damn well I cannot stand read zero. Oh shit.
Yeah. So what's it called? So for yeah, also we have Ultra Father, then we have Gesu Goji,
Mm-hmm. And
which
for
so let's go ahead. Everyone knows what ReZero is. Let's go ahead and talk about the characters that are not from Isekai Quartet. That being Kagami's crew, Fukushi's crew, and Isho's crew.
yep. And
So
try to just get it out of the way so that way people will understand who this guy is.
also, I just realized I made that sword look like Tetsaiga from Inuyasha, didn't I?
I know. Yeah, fun fact guys. This is his Fukushi's dad.
That right there is Zalgus, and I made the design.
Zongus is a cosmic well, demon.
Horror.
Yes, a cosmic horror. This not the mind shadowing kind.
Yeah. Which also, if you look at the two images, well, this one and that one, you can
Made by
definitely
him.
see the yeah, you can definitely see how they are similar. Just his has color and mine is a little bit more darker because I'm like more black and white images.
Yeah.
Actually, take I'm more of a photographer and videographer, and I take a lot of pictures. Bless you,
Oh damn.
bless you. And looks like we're almost at the hour mark, I believe. We're getting close. We're at close to the 2 hour mark. We are at 84 minutes. We're close to like 100. So 110 would be the 2 hour limit.
You know what I'm doing.
I see what you're doing. Fading in and
Alright.
out. All right. So let's go ahead and talk about. We're going to go from the smallest group to the biggest group, starting
Okay.
with Fukushu's group.
Yeah, Fushi's group is the smallest, but A.
They got
But
some heavy hitters on there.
yes, because this is mainly due to they have
Hang on, hang
threes.
on, hang on, hang on. Whoever said three wasn't enough, they were lying to you.
Mm-hmm.
Because three
But
is all you need.
yep, A. Well, yeah, the main reason why that group is the strongest
Okay, I
It's
might
be-
need to explain that joke. Just know my jokes are not suitable for kids. As a matter of fact, this live isn't suitable for kids. So if you're under 17, leave, please.
Get out here, you young whippersnappers.
Young whippersnappers is diabolical.
Uh,
Sasha's, my cat, is in here.
I was petting the polar bear.
She just comes storming in.
But yeah, go ahead and explain.
So yeah, so that joke is like it's an eggplant sized joke. I'll just say that. So whoever said three wasn't enough, they were lying to you. Now you understand. Okay,
Yeah. But
it's
yeah,
funny whenever it's taken out of context.
yeah. So Fukushu. So my go ahead and start. So yeah, Fukushu is a powerful Oni demon from Yomi. However, though he is the very first Oni in Yomi, because well, he is the son of the Japanese goddess Izanami and this guy.
Right, and Izanami has two names.
Yes, in our quartet. However, though, she Izanami is one name. The other name we're gonna keep.
Yeah,
Yeah. However, though, Zalgish, you must know he is a very, very, very strong entity in my mythos. However,
and he's
he is.
actually voiced by and little disclaimer. Zagis is going to be voiced by one of my good friends that I've known since middle school.
Hmm.
So continue.
Yeah. And by the way, though, this although this is one depiction of Zalgish, you you really don't know what does he truly look like.
That is true.
Yeah, because he is known as hatred itself, Lord of Hatred, but Lord of Rage, Wrath. He is the original of original. But
Yeah.
him, yeah.
I'm
And to
looking
be,
at this at the TV and it looks actually really good.
I know, but yeah, he does have armies. But to be fair, without an army, he can wipe out any of your favorite characters.
Yes. He is that strong. So for example, I'm going to use one of the strongest characters in fiction besides Grug because Grug's just too overpowered.
Drug memes, though.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and talk about Bill Cipher for a second. So we already know that he can send somebody into insanity,
Yes, Bill Cipher
but
is a.
he can
Mhm.
also go into insanity.
Yeah,
But with Zalgus, he's a character that you cannot make go insane.
yeah, because well, one, he is the son of a primordial.
Not only
One,
that, but he is also the embodiment of hatred and everything else. You try to make
hmm
hatred go insane, even more hatred will sprout.
yes. Not to, another example I want to put in is funny thing enough. One, I'm trying to remember his name. Subaru himself. I'm just saying. I'm just
Yeah,
saying his name.
Subaru. Yeah, so
Yeah,
Subaru has this spell called Return by Death where he dies and resets like a video game and no one else remembers what the fuck he went through except
yeah,
for him.
yeah. Funny thing
And
enough.
I'm not gonna lie, that's fucked up on its own. Having to constantly dying and you're the only one that remembers anything that happened is messed up because you make relationships with people and then you start all over.
Yes, yeah. Funny thing enough. There's a character in my series called Moth Arcane who is known as the Black Wolf of Death, and he is the child of one of these primordials. For example, this guy is able to kill someone who can reincarnate permanently. No returning by death, no going to heaven, no going to hell. You'll
You're
be
just in the void.
yes, you'll be erased from existence. And funny thing
No
enough,
one
though,
will even remember your
no,
name besides the person that killed you.
yeah. And funny thing enough, Zaldis too has that ability, However, the Zodiac ranks lower than Moth Arcane, which
And we're
is
also, which I
sorry.
also want to mention something. So Zagus is more powerful than Kagami, Fukushu, and everybody else, even in their
Yes.
current state. But when the season 4 premieres, you'll see how they get stronger. Which I'm not going
Hmm.
to give any spoilers
Yeah,
until the
we're not.
trailer comes out for that. We've already
Yeah.
come up with the intro and outro, which I'm going to have to work on the outro again, and then yeah.
Yes.
So let's go ahead and get into the next character from Fukushu's group.
Apex. So Apex herself, well, we'll definitely get a name change soon. Like once we like do another, like once we get rolling with another with season 4.
No, season 2.
Oh yeah, season 2. My bad. You see, Apex in general though, there's well, the picture I'm using for now is SCP-166, the Elk Girl. But originally, her original design is more a amalgamation between woman, between human, fox, and deer.
So
And
kind of like Artemis, the goddess of
yeah,
the hunt.
yes. However, though however, I also got inspiration from kitsunes. Those are fox demons from I believe it is Japanese mythology. I have I need to look back on that.
Right.
But yeah, she is mainly a uh, she is a yokai actually made by Fukushu to basically serve as his sister. He basically made her to basically be his sister because even the Oni King will feel lonely and probably want
Right.
and definitely want a sibling that will basically treat him like an older brother.
Right. And I feel like another thing that we're going to discuss right now is between Fukushu and the later character that we're going to talk about, Kagami. But right now, let's go ahead and get to the next character, or are you going to
Yeah,
continue with Apex?
I'm still continuing with Apex.
Go ahead,
But
brother.
yeah, I also put in where if Fukushu or Izanami somehow gets uh Apex herself would be stayed to rule Yomi instead. And this is before I decide to make well this in the though this is Apex still before the quartet. She is still stronger. Put it this way, she is far more stronger than uh Gesu, and yet though she is the weakest in the group. Because Gesu does have some a super form, correct?
Super in hyper form, but
Yeah.
that's mostly because the guy that made him was obsessed with Sonic.
Yeah. Yeah,
We'll get
because
into that later.
yeah. Apex scales above those two forms more because the cosmology I made is a bit more complicated. We will get into that once we discuss about
Right.
uh
So right
yeah,
now,
yeah,
we're so
Thunderblade.
right now we are talking about the characters. Later on, we'll talk about background. And trust me, background is going to get a whole lot more interesting.
Yep.
So let's get to the next one, shall we? Or are you?
Atonti.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Atonti himself is a whole new story. So originally though it was just a prize of Fukushu and Apex. I decided adding Atonti last second because one's always his main inspirations was definitely the Scarlet King. So I was thinking, and might as well add in another sibling.
Right. And it
So,
also ended up being a good comic relief.
mm-hmm. Atonti and Fukushu
One of my
means they
favorite lines is this when Fukushu says, "Hold on, Atanti, I'll be right back. I'm going to get some popcorn." And then Atanti says, "Don't forget the butter."
exactly. Atonti and Fukushu are, but keep in mind, yes, this. But yeah, I know. But yeah, for the if we do have any SCP nerds in the chat, yes, I know 682's name is his true name is Atonti K Peñol. But we're using Atonti for short because let's be real, do we really want to say all that?
Yeah, because I don't think Kagami's gonna sit there and say, "Hey, it's Auntie Caping, yo."
Yeah. Look, I can say it, but I'm not sure about him.
It get complicated real quick.
But yeah, he is the second strongest, only second to his, I would say half brother, kind of.
Yes.
But yeah, this got. But yeah, he. Atonti will definitely go through some arcs. Well, not arcs. My God, these people. My God, there are legit people firing fireworks already. It's not 4th of July yet. Dang it! Chill the hell out. But yeah, Atonti is definitely a character that you will see more of, and how he interacts with everybody else besides of his group.
Right.
And
Which getting into the group that getting into the people that he spends time with now, my
Kagami.
group. So let's start off with everyone's favorite Godzilla for me, Kagami. Which you don't see him in this form. What the hell?
What?
None. Just like, what the hell? Why doesn't he stay in that form? Let me explain that. So let me go ahead and explain that Kagami is technically the strongest of my series. Bro's able to slice the base of Mount Fuji and lift it and bench it.
Mm-hmm. Mount Fuji is heavy, and if you know how big Mount Fuji is, or don't know how
It's
much it
not
weighs,
that that's a big feat.
yes.
And Kagami is able to do that for, let's say, a whole entire week without even breaking a sweat.
Mm-hmm.
That's how light Mount Fuji is to him. But that's mostly because he has a form of super strength.
Yes.
And some may say, well, how does he control that super strength? He is good at holding back a lot of strength.
Mm-hmm.
So is most of the people in my series.
Yeah.
So Kagami is a martial artist. He knows about 13 different martial arts. Let's see if I can remember the names. Wing Chun, Tai Chi, Karate, Judo, Grappling, Ludo Livria, Caprica, Kickboxing. And that's boxing and more. And there's a few others. Um, Taekwondo, that's another one. But yeah, there's a whole lot more. Wendigo, are you good, my friend?
I'm trying to disappear.
No. Come on, you have to stay with us. We're almost at the 2 hour mark. We're almost at the 2 hour mark, Wendigo.
I'm back.
Alright, so Kagami and Fukushu are the characters I wanted to talk about. So
Mm-hmm.
where Fukushu is someone that doesn't really, consider talking to humans because just like how gods consider mortals in Dragon Ball Z to be a waste of their time, same thing with Fukushu.
Yeah. However, Fukushu is there are several good reasons why.
Right. He doesn't really like humans, but Kagami came into the picture and
Hmm.
he started changing his view on humans in a way.
Yeah, like thinking maybe not all humans are bad because
Yeah. He
the,
saw
the
Kagami and saw past the fact that he was a human and saw that he was able to feel feelings and was able to know what the true meaning of pain was. Which,
hmm
even though that's messed up in its own right, you gotta remember the series is based off of characters with PTSD.
yeah, yeah, Fukushu is. Oh.
Bless you. Bless
Thank
you.
you.
One more for the road. I called it. Maybe one more.
But yeah, but yeah, Fukushu's relationship with most of the cast in season one is
It's interesting to say the least.
yes. He obviously adores his little sister. protective over Atanti, friends with Kagami, but I mean he's mainly
Guess
chill. Yeah,
who is
but yeah, he's mainly chill. Yeah, Goji's mainly chill with Kagami's group a bit. Same thing with
but guess
Apex and
who
Atanti.
but yeah, so guess who is going to be a whole story. We'll get to that later.
Yeah,
Um,
go ahead and go on with the others, like the
right.
others of Kagami group.
Next one is Kenji.
Oh, Kenji.
Kenji is, I'd say, a mixed character. He does care about people.
Yeah, continue. Yeah, continue. I'm still gonna listen to it.
Right. So Kenji does care about people. It's just that he shows it in a different way. He's mostly morally hurt because of what Kagami did, which that's not going to come out until the like close to the end of season 1. But besides that, Kagami, no, not Kagami, Kenji just, mm, he's good. I'm going to be honest. He's a good character. He has his own flaws. He has his own demons that he needs to face on his own. But other than that, he's my version of Anguirus. And yeah, he makes jokes, but he also argues with Kagami a lot. I'll get into that later.
Alright, I'm back.
So let's go from Kenji to Ren, someone that Kagami has a very interesting relationship with. So Ren is kind of like Kagami's protege. So Ren goes around and sees what's going on in the world, and it then goes to Kagami to inform him. So kind of an informant. But whenever they were in school, they were both, they were close friends. Some might even say that they were brothers in a way. Nah, they're not brothers. I'm not gonna say that. Um,
Yeah.
they're mostly just good friends. Ren being easily predictable to Kagami, and Kagami being too hard to read for Ren. Ren is my version of Rodan, which, haha, yeah, I know, Ren, Rodan.
Crackheads.
Anyways, so let's go ahead and go from Ren to Ari, who is the person that Kagami actually talks to the most, and also someone that Apex talks to the most, besides her own brother. So,
Mm-hmm.
talking to Kagami, they kind of had like a relationship going on in the school that they used to go to, but nothing really came out of it. They just decided to stay friends.
Yeah.
Which, if y'all didn't know it, Ari is my version of Mothra. So Godzilla Mothra fan shippers crush. I crush their dreams. What you do? I'm sorry. I just saw someone wearing green shorts. Is mayonnaise an instrument?
Boy.
Sorry, I had to do it. I had to do it. I said green shorts. I got immediately reminded of Patrick. Ah! Huh? You just glitched out for a second, brother. What?
That should hit you as this, honestly.
What is that?
Ice cream. Get brain free.
Did you just hit me with fucking ice cream? Way to go. Hang on, is my volume is good. You got yourself on mute there, buddy.
Yeah, I hit you with ice cream. And I'll do it again.
Yeah, I'm going to turn off a green screen. This is starting to get a little bit. Actually, no, I'm keeping green screen on. Okay, so yeah, so Ari and Kagami's relationship is like that. But let's go ahead and go from Ari and Kagami's relationship to Apex and Ari's relationship.
Apex really, Apex really does enjoy Ari's company because, in her opinion, she is one of the few that does kind of a little bit understand what Apex is going through a little bit.
Yeah,
Not to mention, though, funny enough, Fusion that never told Apex the fact that she was created by him.
yeah,
All right.
right. So Ari is someone that Apex can really talk to in a way. So think of it more like a little bit like two sisters talking to each other, or two good friends talking to each other.
Yep.
So girl talk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which now going from that character, we go to the final. Um, yeah, the final character. So for that, we're going to shorten the list. Where we have Ella King, Gomora, uh, Gesu, and
He holds
Violet.
my he holds my poor Ella King.
Which we're not going to talk about the first two, but we will talk about Gesu
Yeah, hang on. I'm about to
because
put
the
myself.
first two are kind of like twins and stuff.
Yeah, I'm about to I'm about to put myself on mute
Yeah,
and do this.
I'm about to go to the bathroom real quick, so I'll be right back. Intermission.
All right, I'm done. Got me a block of cheese to eat for now.
We have reached the 2 hour mark.
Cheese.
Gee,
Cheese and tea.
that does not sound good. Anyways, so let's go ahead and talk about Gesu.
Mm?
So Gesu is
That's good.
yeah, but he has a backstory. I'll get into that later about his backstory. We're like I said, we're talking about the characters first, and then we're going to talk about their background.
Yeah.
And then after that, we're going to talk about how they work with each other in the quartet.
Mm-hmm.
So Gesu is his own version of Godzilla from his series, which was from Kizu. So Gesu is the son of Kizu Godzilla. Yes, he entered himself into a series. We'll get to that later.
We will.
Oh God, will we? Um, but besides that, let's go ahead and talk about like his abilities. He has a super form and a ultra form or hyper form.
Well, he does have an ego.
Yeah, he does have a very heavy ego, but it's going to get crushed soon. Not in season one, but in season two, most likely. So,
And I'm just saying no, buddy. Oh, that's gonna be fun. It's gonna be hilarious. Well, for someone at least.
for us, it's going to be, a little bit of a relief because we were trying to figure out how to fix the character that Kizu made because he neutered his character completely because he said that his
Yeah,
character was humble and other stuff like that, but really he wasn't. But we're not gonna get into that right now.
yeah, more like
Um,
correct.
so I'll say this right now, real quick. When to go at the 70-minute mark is whenever we have the third hour, and then after that we're probably going to do some stuff like let's talk about some like random stuff,
Yeah,
and then after that we have 2 hours after the 3-minute mark, and then we're good.
yeah, we're gonna
Um,
be able to talk about my.
yeah.
All right then.
So yeah, let's go ahead and go from Gesu to. Wait, hang on. We gotta talk about the relationship with the other characters, that being Kagami and Fukushu. So let's discuss his relationship with
Fuchsia
Fukushu
wants to snap his
first.
neck. Fuchsia just wants to snap his neck.
Hello, I'm nice123 said hi. Hello.
Hey, but yeah, Fuchsia wants to snap Isho's neck. This is for for good reasons. There are like plenty of reasons why. He's mainly just disgusted at the fact though that the mighty Thalgaron's descendants across all of creation, like
Have
they
gone to this.
yes, and Thalgaron is a whole. Yeah, I'm saying this now. I'll discuss about Thalgaron.
Later.
Yeah, yeah, like he is the yeah. Fuchs is just disgusted at the fact that one of the mightiest creatures from existence, its descendants who were made by copies
Hang
of the
on, hang on.
deities.
Freedom Seeds be like, I had to do it, I had to do it.
Oh damn!
Anyone who's over the age of 40 is probably going to get PTSD from that.
It,
Anyways,
it
so
is, but,
go ahead and continue with
but
his relationship with your characters. Then I'll get into
yeah,
Kagami.
yeah. He mainly does not really trust Ichiro. This is mainly due to the fact that he believes he one day he might try to surpass him, even though he can barely even beat Apex. And later on, it, I'm saying it now. My advice spoiled that Fukushu might do have Ken.
Yeah,
He so yeah.
I'll say it
Most
like
of the
this. I'll say it like this. Fukushu has kids. We're not going to disclose what their names are or anything
yeah
like that. Just
yeah
know in the future he has kids.
yeah. Fukushu's kin in general though are cosmic horrors. On his dad's side, they are gentle gods and goddesses or spirits on his mom's side, and they can all easily wipe the floor with him. And they're not even the and funny thing, nothing. But both pantheons from both parents are not even in the top 10.
And that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
What's
And that's a
crazy?
scary.
I
Yeah,
was crazy
because
once. They locked me in a rubber room with rubber rats, and rats make me crazy. Hang on. One,
I
two.
told you not.
Hello, I'm nice. 123 said the most normal Pantheon God family. You know what? That's true. The most normal Pantheon God family. You know what? That is kind of true, isn't it, Wendigo?
Depends which pantheon. And trust me, let's be real. Let's be real.
Fukushu's Pantheon is a bit interesting, but we're going to discuss that later whenever we get into background.
Yeah,
So,
backgrounds we will discuss about the pantheon players and he plays the pantheons in there.
right. So let's go ahead and talk about his connections with, well, him and Atansi really haven't spoke, but I think
Eight,
Apex and yeah.
eight, yeah. Interesting enough, though.
Wait, hang on. No, it wasn't Apex and him that spoke. It was Apex and the other character that we're going to talk about. So let's go ahead and talk about his deal with Kagami.
Is
So where Kagami doesn't use his Godzilla form, guess who is currently always in his Godzilla form?
yes, he believes
As
it's
it's a
a.
part of his pride, a part of what he is, which pride is a good thing for some people. I, for one, try not to show pride, which reflects into him.
And I
And guess
don't.
who tries to force Kagami to actually use the form? Which Kagami doesn't want to use it because of his past, which, like I said, when we talk about backgrounds, we'll
We
get
will,
there.
yeah.
But for the most
And
part, Kagami and Fukushu can really agree that guess who just gets on his nerves to
yes,
Kingdom Come.
yeah. And but Fukushu really does have a monster form.
Hello, Nice123 says, Destruction and Big Boom. Ain't that the truth?
That is actually true. That is
That's
actually
truth.
you're correct. You're actually correct about that.
Right. So, I guess let's go ahead and talk about Violet.
She's racist.
Yeah. Like I said, my lives are not for the faint of heart, so if you're a child, please get out of here. But if you're not, if you're, let's just say, if you're over 16 or 15, you're good. Because let's be honest, this generation is desensitized to a whole lot of stuff. Racism. Yes. Um,
That's facts.
Violet. Okay, when we talk about racism, it's like it's not like racism between different ethnicities. It's like between different beings, such as gods, demons, angels,
Dragons.
Nephilims,
Yeah.
dragons, or half demi-humans, or anything
Primordials,
like that.
Titans. Yeah. This actually, yeah, because funny enough, what the fuck was that? What basically what Violet said was, I do not want, I don't feel being ruled by a
Pantheon
woman.
racism. Yes.
I,
You know what? You know what? That's what we're going to call it from now on. Pantheon
yeah,
racism, or
yeah.
should
This
we
is
call, or should we call it
pantheism.
pantheonic pantheonic racism?
Yes,
Wait, that kind of sounds like a pancreatic. We'll just call it pantheon racism.
yes. Thank you for the yes. Thank you for that. Thank you for
Thank
the
you for the
name.
name. Thank you for the name.
But yeah, but yeah. She said she don't want to be ruled by what she said.
Okay, so Violet said to Fukushu that I didn't want to be ruled by a wannabe god or demon.
Yeah, because for one, Fuchsia's not really a demon nor a god.
Right. So
He's
I
a
will say this: Violet is mostly self-centered and very, very prideful
like most of the characters. And ain't gonna lie, oh,
on that
Ape,
side.
yeah, Apex, Apex,
Oh God, they got you arguing Kingdom Come. So
Apex
yeah, this is
legit told,
mostly going to consist of your two characters, Fukushu and Apex. So go ahead. Hang on.
yeah,
Snobbish, basically. Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, that actually makes sense. Yeah,
What
she was
what you said?
she was a snob.
Yes. She was definitely a snob. Who should put her exactly in her place because one, this was very disrespectful to not just him but also his family in general.
Yeah,
And surprisingly enough, he also kind of defended his father as well.
even though
Because
he absolutely hates his father.
almost definitely, we will trust me. We will get into those relationships. We will get into that backgrounds. And Lord help mercy, dog
Yes,
Fukushu
this is a
himself.
yeah, and then after this, we're probably going to get into his series, and then after that, we're just going to talk about what we have planned for the later seasons of the quartet.
Yes, but yeah, this yeah. According to him in Apex, this was definitely an insult to not just Fukushu, but also a basically an insult to the pantheons from his world. That includes like the Amatsukami and several others who are pantheons that I made up myself.
Yes,
And this definitely felt like an insult to his ancestor, who we will who, like we said, we will discuss in the background.
right.
Apex was definitely offended because this is technically her brother.
Yes. So now that we have all the characters out of the way, let's go ahead and talk about background. Why are you torturing me? You want to know how I got these stars? Anyways, so let's go ahead and get into background. So let's go ahead and start with yours first. Then I'll go with mine, and then we'll go into Gus's background.
So Fukushu's background is not really great.
Oh, yeah, we're getting into the nitty gritty of it. Words.
Fukushu
Oh
was
God, hang on. I just found something very old. Holy shit, this thing's still intact.
what is? Oh my god,
It's working on.
nice. But yeah, Fukushu's background is actually pretty damn harsh. This is mainly due to the fact he's the first Oni in general. Yeah, and he actually suffers from facing up racism in his universe. Like
Yeah, let's.
not
Hang
just
on. Yo, nice mask. Thank you for the nice. Thank you. It is kind of falling apart. This was made with paper mache a long ass time ago. I'm gonna see if it
oh,
still fits. Hang on a second.
bitch. This for the oh yeah, for the record, this is how me and him treat each other. Looks like a damn chicken. Boy, you
It
look like a
fits.
damn chicken, that mask.
Also, what about
What?
what
Uh,
about rebirth for the name?
huh?
Something rebirth for the name.
Rebirth for the name.
What about purgatory?
Hmm.
Purgatory rebirth for the name.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Hmm. Oh, I'm going.
All
Oh,
right,
thinking
we'll
about.
workshop that.
But yeah, yeah. Fukushu suffers from racism in there because he's not like any of the demons, snore gods, or spirits, or none of those. Because for a long time he was mainly alone in Yomi,
Oh God,
besides his mother.
look at that. It looks like. Hang on.
Oh God,
You know what that looks like?
what? Oh, I'm getting Demogorgon flashbacks for some reason.
You know, I'm getting flashbacks from.
Finds the phrase.
Yeah,
But yeah,
but yeah,
Fukushima.
this thing's thick.
Mm. But yeah, man,
And
continue.
okay, funny, yeah. Funny thing about this is that this was remade from a what's it called, Indoraptor mouse that I got whenever Jurassic World came out. The what's it called, Jurassic
Kingdom,
World.
Fallen
Yeah,
Kingdom,
Fallen
garbage.
Kingdom. Ripper was good though.
That was the only good thing.
Yeah.
But
Alright,
yeah,
let's go continue the background.
but yeah, but yeah. The only
So what if
person,
he was the first Oni? So if
yeah,
he was the first Oni, how was he made? Ooh, that's a good question.
Fukushu alone was actually made when Zog is actually when Zog is actually did infected some of the fruit in Yomi. When she took a bite out of one of the fruit, she actually gave birth to Fukushu in that manner. Basically, not like how humans and other things do the yeah. But yeah, Fukushu was and yes, Fukushu is definitely the first Oni, but he was not the only one born from Izanami. Raijin and Fujin and some others were also born from that. However, though, to make sure that, but however, though, these were not Zargus' children. These seven thunder gods were, these seven Oni thunder gods were made just by Izanami alone when she went when she went down to Yomi.
Yeah, you can continue. I'm getting me a refill. Oh wait, hang on. So like the first generation.
Yes, the first
Hmm.
generation. However, Fukushu is the prime generation because according to Fukushu, Raijin and Fujin and some other thunder god deities that look like Onis, to him they seem like mockeries of him. And
Right.
how he create other Onis is there are some yokai that was there before Izanami died. So he did mated with some of them to reproduce Oni. Not just that, he also converted some others. He can convert others into Onis. Like for example, he can convert demi-humans, witches, deep ones, orcs, humans, even angels and demons. And that's why one of Fuji's name is legit called the Father of Onis.
Yes.
And these guys are no joke themselves. Fuji created the first generation powerful powerful yokai, and he's actually able to convert some of them.
Hello, National 3 said, are the
What?
are the converted more powerful than the natural born, or are the natural born more powerful than the converted?
Yes, but there are some exceptions. Those are mainly being some of the angel and demon ones.
So like Nephilims or something
Yes,
like that.
yes. That's funny thing enough. Those are the only creatures. Like those are the only few mortal beings that he cannot convert.
These are some
Nephilim.
good questions. I'm going to be honest. These
Yes,
are some good ass
yeah,
questions.
I like your questions. I really like your questions.
Yeah.
Questions.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and discuss something that is going to be technically spoiler, but it's really not because it doesn't really show up.
Yeah,
Really, is Kagami's relationship to Fukushu stems more than just
friend.
the fact that they're good friends. A long time ago, keep in mind Fukushu's pretty damn old,
Yes,
but Fukushu is actually a younger brother to some people.
yes. He is
His
the
one of his older brothers being
a rivalry.
uh,
Oh no,
no, not really.
no.
Uh,
The only person.
so
Yeah, Go ahead.
The older brother to Fukushu was Hanachimon, the god of war of Japan,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
which I actually went to Wendigo one day, and this was during the RP version of the quartet. I was like, you know what? I want to include somebody that's related to Kagami, but is also related to Fukushu, if you're okay with
Yeah.
that. So we came up with Hanachimon, and we made him extremely overpowered.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
As a matter
However,
of
though,
fact, in the original story, there were these Kaiser Ghidorahs. One of them did something to his sister, and he killed the thing by ripping off all three of its heads.
and the original
And
guys did not give a shit.
yeah, but the crazy thing is this: it's because he was too proud, mostly that, and he didn't really
Mm-hmm.
give a damn.
Yes.
But Hanachimon took the two side heads and placed them in a batch of acid to melt all the flesh, while he took the middle head and put it in a box and wrote a letter and said, "Send this to the Kaiser." Kagami is not getting a break in this verse. Oh no, he is not.
Tr- yeah, and trust me, you might think Hanashimon is. Well, should we tell him?
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
Since Hanashimon is like one of the young, is one of the Amatsukami who actually does went down to Earth. He he actually does have human descendants. However, though, I decided to do where most of the Matsukami, feeling ashamed of their ancestry, went to different realities, and he went to his reality,
Yeah, Kagami reality.
yes, where he decided to settle down, have get married, and have children. And from those long descendants of demigods, and then it went down farther and farther. Keep in mind, this
They still have their abilities, but
yes,
they didn't wake them up.
yes, and not just that though, they were slightly weaker than Hanachimon's child. So basically, like they were like 1.5% demigod, and but Kagami is like one of those rare cases.
Where it actually flared back up.
Yes,
And what awakened that, I'm going to get into that later. So finish up your story with the rest of the pantheon of your character.
Fukushi's pantheon mainly consists of of other uh Yomi, and also he main he's also a Hell Lord as well.
Hey, I'm
He
actually surprised that this guy was able to spell Kagami's name right, though.
Me too. I'm surprised. I'm surprised you were able to spell that. But yeah, Fukushu is one of
Right.
four.
Well, I mean, it's kind of self-explanatory because Kagami.
Yeah,
It's kind of like looking at Kagami's name. So
yeah, yeah,
just
yeah,
replacing the O with a A and then E with an I.
yeah. But yeah, Fukushu is actually not. Fukushu is not the only like ruler of the underworld. Yomi is its own separate dimension to the main hell, to the main underworlds, because he rules Yomi, whereas three others ruling different realms. Because I'm actually going to spoil this for a little bit. Lucifer rules hell. Impo rules the Urdu's underworld. Abaddon rules the abyss. All four of them, but all four of them are ranked underneath the primordial,
Hello, I'm nice123 said, so like a playground.
pretty much. Pretty much. But however, though, all of these, hey, keep in mind, Yomi is the size of a solar system. No, not solar system, a galaxy.
Right, so I want you all to think of this. So, the seven rings of hell from Dante's Inferno
Mm-hmm.
mix.
What?
This one. I know. I know.
Sorry guys, I get sorry dude, I get weird in this hour. But yeah, it's more like a playground.
But yeah, so we have the seven rings of hell, and then after that, in each ring we have the nine spheres of hell.
Yes, these are also ruled by separate hell lords besides the seven deadly sins.
So think of it like this: we have nine solar systems that are big in
Bro,
size
can you?
that make. Bro, can you go to super hell and come back to get a rematch?
I want to, but
Maybe.
dude, trust me, I want to run the hands with Moloch so badly. Unless she decides to just come out from the ground just to try to whoop my ass.
Just does so right now.
Oh shit!
Like, oh shit!
But yeah, like I said,
Yeah.
but yeah, all these are like the size of of galaxies, and these rings alone.
Wait, he
But yeah,
said bro can go to super hell. Yeah, I was rereading what he said. Yeah.
yeah,
So, yeah.
but Abaddon is the strongest. But funny enough, Lucas is the fourth strongest ruler of his ring. Of his underworld. Lucifer is close third. Impo is second, and Abaddon is first.
Right. So there are nine spheres, with
Mm-hmm.
the center sphere being the ninth one, which is the
Yeah.
beam, the column, which also works as like a little home for where they live, where the rulers of the rings live.
Yes. Yes. And keep in mind, this is only ruled by Lucifer.
Yes.
The other, however, though, all four of these are still below. But all these hell rulers, they are below a primordial entity, Tartarus.
I'm going
Want me to keep on going?
to continue. Yeah.
Yeah, Tartarus. But yeah, Tartarus himself actually scales above Zargus, mainly because he's one of the first. He's legit one of the first and the fourth oldest primordial,
Yeah.
and by far the most violent, rage-filled one out of all of them.
Right.
He's Abaddon's father.
Right. So that it or no?
Yeah, that's it.
So going from that, we're going to go into Kagami's world, which we got a lot to cover here. So Kagami's family lineage starts from a long, long time ago.
Oh, wait,
I can still remember. I'm not. Let's go ahead and let's just say that. Let's just go with Kagami. Kagami was born on November 3rd, 1928, in Hiroshima, Japan, which he was the son of Daiichi Arikawa and Hana Arikawa. And he is the oldest of all of his siblings. His sister's name was Akihiko Arikawa, and his brother's name, his little brother, was Koto Arikawa. I can't remember how to pronounce his name. It's been a minute. Or Kaito, I can't remember.
Oh god, my
But
face.
why are you doing that to yourself?
I don't
So
know.
Kagami's dad was a fisherman,
Mm-hmm.
but
He
he was
had
able to go to other places like China,
he
which he actually took his son Kagami whenever he was about, let's say, 7, 8.
Kagami's dad wrestled the spider crabs, and we all know how those big those bats are.
The humble fisherman. Pretty much, yeah. But
Facts.
also loving father and husband. Um,
I ain't gonna lie though,
so
Kagami's
he
dad
took
was.
his son to China to train under Master Ip Man, which Ip Man lived from like I can't remember when to the to 1972. That earned 200K a year.
Why so
Yeah,
bad? That
yeah, that pretty much, yeah.
I mean, if you catch a big ass
But
salmon, though,
yeah, well, I mean, fishermen usually do catch a whole lot of good fish.
especially the ones
And
that fight back.
Kagami's mother was a chef. Whether she was a master chef or not, I'll leave that up to you. Just know she can cook some badass soul food and some badass
Mm-hmm.
ramen. Eat your
Oh
heart
my.
out, Naruto.
Oh fuck! I realized who we're doing next.
Oh yeah. So going on to Kagami, he would learn multiple martial arts after learning. And keep in mind, he learns these like every like he gains like a concept by taking like a month long class, or like maybe let's say like yeah, a month long class, and he's able to learn very quickly. My mom's cooking hot different. Yep,
But February and Kagami's sister. Oh boy.
she goes through some stuff. So we're gonna skip from 1928 to when Kagami was about, let's say, 15. Keep in mind, Kagami's sister is a little bit younger, and now we're going to get into the main villain of my story, Kyoto, who is 18 currently. Don't worry, I will explain the original story and the new one. Which, by the way, this is not for the faint of heart, so please, this is going to get messed up. So, for Kyoto, I'm going to explain his character.
Oh, stop, Roach.
Because he was 18, he was able to go to war. Wait. Yeah. There's no waiting, buddy. I'm sorry. So, does he still want his as a an experiment? Does he still want his as an experiment? Does he still want his as an experiment? Elaborate on that, and I'll get back to you on that. So, Kyoto is a soldier who, well, went through basic, but really didn't really get the chance to.
He's like, oh well,
And
fuck.
one day he got drunk, and Akiko was walking home alone. Stumbles upon Kyoto, and let's just say, in the original, she gets that redo a healer treatment. But I changed it because my teacher. I actually showed my teacher this. This is a funny story. I showed my teacher
You need
this
help.
story, and my teacher looked at me and said, "Okay, that's a bit. What's it called? Hang on.
As in, like,
As in, like he still wants Kagami to do SMH evil shit. So, oh, okay. I'll get into that later. But I know
yeah,
exactly. I think I know what you're talking about. I'll get into that later.
yeah.
Um, but yeah.
The
So
new,
in the new one, in the new
he
version of the
beats the shit
story,
out of her.
like I'm talking worse than the Spopovich beating. Oh my god.
Boy, that I don't think that
So Kagami went looking for his sister, and it was about nighttime. He sees his sister in an alleyway. This man's fist bloody, and all Kagami sees is pure red. Just go. Hang on. If CJ the Champ comes into this live, add this man Kagami into the Black Air Force activity
yeah.
round table.
But yeah, I'm just saying this now.
Kagami just proceeds to walk up to this man,
Yeah,
doesn't let him speak or anything, proceeds to break every bone
yeah,
in this man's
yeah,
body.
yeah. I'm just saying this now. Imagine, yeah, but hey,
All I
imagine.
see is red fights.
Hey,
It
hey.
wasn't even a fight, it was a beatdown.
But hey, just imagine it like how Kratos constantly start punching Heracles over, 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 over,
Mixed with the
over, over.
Poseidon fight, mixed with the
Oh,
Zeus fight.
oh God. The moment you said Persona,
Mac
oh my,
Cinema,
that was more than the cinema.
absolute cinema.
That was not. No, that was
Yeah.
just a
So
pleasure.
what's it called? So after that, Kagami takes his sister to the hospital. She gets treated, and how did bro even live? On life
Plot.
support. That's how. And plot,
Simple.
yeah, plot.
I ain't gonna lie though. If I was you, I ain't gonna lie though.
That and
Right.
Kagami had to. That and Kagami was going to end up killing him, but he cared more about his sister than killing somebody,
I ain't
which
gonna
is
lie.
understandable.
Yeah, but me personally though, I'm sorry. I'm saying this now. Whoever does that to my sibling, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm giving you the full God War treatment.
You're going so
Oh
right,
no, I'm giving them the Poseidon treatment.
right. So now going into further of Kagami's story. So after the beatdown, Kagami's sister would move to Kagami's room, mostly because it was a bit too she didn't feel safe anymore.
Oh, most definitely. After that
And
shit.
sometimes when Kagami's sister was experiencing night terrors, Kagami would go to hold his sister to keep her safe, like a warming, you know, trauma.
I got that.
That would traumatize anybody. And
Mhm.
actually, after that, she didn't want to marry anybody. She didn't even
Yeah,
want to talk to anyone besides her family or anyone that she could consider family.
yeah.
Now we're going into 1945. At around 8:20, let's say, Kagami's getting ready to go to school. Doesn't bomb go boom? Oh shit, pretty much. Yeah, so Kagami goes, tells his dad, "Hey, I'm going to school." Kagami's dad says, "Be careful," and he, starts walking to school. So he's right at the bridge, right below. So there's this T-shaped bridge in Hiroshima, and Kagami was straight at the middle, and that's where the bomb actually hit. 300 feet above him, he looks up at the right moment and says, "Oh shit." He
He got.
should have been vaporized.
But if I had
But
a,
due to God being the absolute goat that he is, Kagami got flung all the way to a mountain.
yeah. But me personally, but yeah, me personally though, since Hanachiman
The genes kicked in. Yes, they
and
fucking did.
Hanachiman, thank God he was Hanachiman's descendant though, because no other person would could survive that. But I think he
But
does.
here's the thing. There were other people in Hiroshima that gained abilities similar to what Kagami experienced later
Yeah,
on. So when Kagami wakes up, it's a few weeks later after Hiroshima. So let's say like
yeah.
2 weeks later. He's in a
Let's,
hospital bed. He can't even speak.
yeah.
Wait,
Oh
what
yeah.
about his family? Well, I'll talk about that later.
Let's just
So he
say
wakes up and his sister is right next to him in a hospital
they became
bed.
extra crispy.
So they have a conversation, and later on throughout the weeks, his sister starts to feel sick, not like herself. And then on December, her final words were, "Don't worry, Kagami, everything's going to be just fine." And then the only thing Kagami could do, the cancer hit. Yep, yep.
Yeah. Talk about stopping your heart right
So,
there. Yeah, I need to stop doing that.
dude, dude, dude.
I really, I really need to stop doing that.
Dude, you need to stop with that dog. Yo.
Unfortunately, it's part of my fucking personality.
Oh
It's my,
god.
it's my. I'm sorry. It's
Okay. So afterwards, He gets out of the hospital, like, I'd say a year later.
And then when he goes to his house,
He goes to his house and sees the rubble, but then he sees three distinct skulls. His mother's skull, who was 42 at the time, his father, who was 43, and his little brother, who was 3 years old. And this is why my story is not for the faint of heart, mostly because it shows one thing that it's one thing seeing a man get killed or a female,
with seeing your entire
but
family.
seeing a kid get killed is one of the most terrifying things ever because when you see a kid, like, yeah, sometimes they'll be annoying to you, but at the same time, you'll think of someone that, yeah,
Bro,
bro, what? Since when did he have a little bro? A long time ago.
yes.
Yeah.
And if you're asking how
So
can
for about 3 years,
mm-hmm.
he took time to, keep himself,
Yeah.
well, 2 years technically. Well, he spent 3 years in the hospital, and then he spent 3 years trying to keep himself from committing suicide, which, like I said, is a sensitive topic for some people. I understand that. But yeah, he spent 3 years trying not to, commit Sudoku, and then another 3 years putting his life back together, getting himself into a good mental space, and other stuff like that.
Not until he found
And
out
you
that
know what? It was good. It was all good. But wait,
nope.
why are those two people? What are those two people talking about? Oh shit! Now this is going to get political. But back in 45, we issued, because after the Trinity test, we saw what the bombs were capable of. We issued
We
a
warned
warning
them.
to Japan.
We warned
Uh,
them.
President
We
Eisenhower, I believe, said that we have a new way of ending war with destruction
yeah.
until the
We warned
drugs
them.
kicked in. Until the drugs kicked in is crazy.
I mean, dude. Oh, oh, trust me, they definitely did kick them for Kagami,
Right.
and not in a good way.
But Japan, like I said, so we issued a warning, but Japan was too proud to stop.
Yep. And look what that
They
got
didn't
them.
even issue the warning.
And it
So
got
then
most of the.
Hiroshima happened as, yeah, we have these weapons. And then Nagasaki happened, and that showed that we can continue.
Yep. I see the sun, praise romance. I see the
Yes. There we
sacrifice
go.
of man. What?
There we go. Come on, we gotta do this. Anyways,
I,
so
I see
Kagami learning
betrayals.
this,
Hmm?
bro went off with a boom. Okay,
Look, look, when,
actually, true.
look, when Kagami found out, he decided just to go ape shit. Well, not really ape
Yeah.
shit.
Um, let's just say Kagami went somewhere and enraged found out that he had the ability to turn into this
This big,
fucker right here.
this big ugly bastard.
Yeah. I wonder who he looks like. Me.
I see the resemblance. Trolls. This is why we're friends. This is why we're friends right here. What?
Nothing. I thought I saw a ghost. Anyways,
Hanako?
maybe. I don't know. So,
Josh was behind me.
it's pure white behind you.
This far right in front of him.
Yeah, okay. So, just elbow to air. So,
Me and
hang on.
Casper go way back.
The ghost is coming for you. The ghost is coming for the buns. No, not my bones. No, 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 not my bones.
He
Anyway,
back.
so
Well, guess what?
Kagami
You're gonna
went
get him
down to.
cold. He about to get them cold.
So Kagami, after gaining this ability, went down to Tokyo and went to the capital and destroyed everything, only leaving about 40% of the population still there.
So
He
this
showed
is
them what true nuclear power was.
yes. Then
Which,
within
after that, he gained a taste for blood. So he went to Osaka and did the exact same thing, except only left 20% of the population.
dude was on
And
dude was
he enjoyed it. He enjoyed every moment of it. How is Japan not issuing the what? Oh, all right yet?
because they're idiots.
After that, Kagami gets killed with the oxygen destroyer. Supposedly, he actually washes up to the to the shore of Odo Island, where the locals take him in and elaborate what that means for me because I am slow mentally and physically.
Don't worry. Don't worry, I am too.
Yay.
Hey, look on the bright side. We're not as this idiot.
So,
Don't look at me like that.
as big.
I cannot read for shit.
As in big churn for the country.
Ah,
Ah, okay. So, right. So, Kagami later on reintegrates himself back into society through Odo Island, teaching him how to be human again. And then he's like, man, I
I
did
was
some fucked up
human
shit.
after all.
I'm only human after all. Don't put the
Don't put the
blame on
blame on
me.
me.
Don't put the blame on me.
We do this shit most of the time. It's funny.
Yeah. Yeah, this is how me and him talk. But anyways, so later on,
Don't judge me.
yeah, no, you're good. Later on, Kagami goes back to Tokyo after let's say about 15 years. Well,
Mm,
let's say actually wait, no, 14 years and reintegrates himself back into society. No one even knows that he was Godzilla.
yeah, it's really not that. Yeah,
New beings.
it's. I think he's trying to
And
say new
then
beginning.
that happens. New beginnings and then that happens. Yeah.
Yeah.
So so Kagami in the quartet is trying to adjust himself to now a newer version of Tokyo.
Mm-hmm.
And Kagami vowed after he left Odo Island that he would never become the monster that he was. That is why him and Gesu get into an argument. Now, talking about Gesu, it's time for
Ugh.
us to get into his story.
I
So,
got. Don't worry. I got. I got most of it though.
so he's going to be talking about. So, I guess Wendigo is going to be talking about how Gesu was in his story, and then I'll talk about how he is in the quartet. Which
So,
I'm going to actually close my door real quick.
all right. So, guess who alone? He is the son of Kiwigoji, obviously, and Gojiren. However, he is unfortunately for him, his father was killed by a destroyer,
Also known as King Destroyer.
which is my opinion.
Eh,
Is my yeah. Destroyer was better. This
yeah.
as destroyer. And then later, after his father sacrificed himself just to defeat that thing, well, this King Destroyer, he, him, and another character called Zonefire was sent to space by the Ultras to try under them. And that
Yes.
Then he was off in other ventures, fighting, recruiting, and
Oh, we have
uh,
someone else in the chat. Hell yeah.
yep, about time. What? Don't judge me.
What are the ultras? We're talking about like
Oh,
Ultraman and other
yeah,
stuff like that.
yeah.
So we have
Ultraman.
Ultraman, Ultraman Belly, Ultraman Zero, uh, Ultra
But
Father.
yeah, funny enough, he got so funny enough though. The one of the main villains I made called Belial. The person who was once with us called him. Thought we were talking about Ultraman Belial. He didn't know I was talking about the actual biblical Belial.
Yeah.
Which
So
one
other
did?
than that, when Kizu, well, we're back to number two. Oh man. So when Kizu, or well, not Kizu, when Gesu left, he went to go fight Baggin, which ended up sending him to the quartet. And now his role in the quartet, he's prideful and he doesn't understand why people with power wouldn't show their power. And even whenever he encounters gods that are of power, he sees them and thinks that they are evil, mostly because Fukushu's design. Basically, looking at him and doesn't even judge him by his character.
He, yeah, he he merely believes he might become well. He,
Corrupt.
yeah, or worse, he might think he will turn out like he he might. Ishiro, guess who thinks he might Fukushu might turn out as his father's office, which that is never happening for
Yeah.
obvious reasons.
Which later on, the three of them start to understand each other. And in the original RP, I'm going to mention this. It didn't go so well.
Really do, especially with
So
the fight with someone.
the third hour is almost up. So by the end of the third hour, you can talk about your series
Yeah,
for the fourth hour, and then for the fifth hour, we will be discussing the
changes.
the quartet and other stuff. So let's
Yes,
go ahead and continue with what you were saying.
yeah.
I got a few real quick. I'm gonna place myself on mute.
All right, but guess who? So yeah, guess whose character alone? We definitely want. We are definitely changing a bit more about him. Design. This is also mainly due to also backstory too, like not related to the quartet, but we will definitely fix up a bit more about the character on the whole. And what ever what the creator of Guess Who was thinking on doing for this character, he wanted to try to make this character as powerful or even more powerful as a literal god and a cursed being. Keep in mind that keep in mind, like I said, Fukushu is the son of a being that can stop reincarnation, and his father is also a aspect of Tartarus. Not just that though. Guess the whole is a whole can of worms. You heard
Right
all that,
now,
did you?
yes. So I'm going to elaborate something. When we say that he wanted to become more powerful, that's not us saying that no, he's going to stay weak forever. No, he's going to get strong. Just the original Gesu was strong for the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
He was strong because he wanted to be strong. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be strong because you want to be. It's just that he wanted to be strong because he was tired of being, you know, casted second fiddle or third
Hmm.
wheel. Whenever he had zero character growth, will he have his own thing? Yes, he will have his own stuff. I'm taking off my shoes because yeah.
But yeah, he will. But we, I am, uh, I'm probably am gonna be changing.
Yeah, we're going to be changing his story because the original story didn't make sense, especially since it got into Shield Hero. Kizu's storytelling was a little bit off the charts. I will say
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. It, mine is real not that good as well, but mine kind of makes a bit more
Yours is
sense.
better. Yours is
Yeah,
better. I will say.
because funny enough, it's called because it's mainly called doing world building.
Yes. The way we do world building is this: we talk about the characters and then expand on the world with no
Mhm.
knowledge that there are characters just like this character,
Yeah,
but they all are different.
yes, like I'm doing right now for
Right. So, for
Thunderblooded.
example, for Kagami, his world was that it starts with in the Osaka Forest, two people are fighting.
Hmm.
Osaka Forest, you immediately think of a forest, surroundings. There's a mountain. Maybe they're fighting on the mountain and stuff like that. You see in the manga, and it's world building like that because you
Yes,
can see everything that's going on. But do y'all like make sure to connect it all to make sense? Yes,
yes, we
because
do.
Kagami is technically a part of Fukushu's pantheon, but they are from two separate worlds, two separate
Yes,
entities.
yes, yeah,
So I'll
because
get into that later because I did something on the from the first dimension all the way to the eighth dimension, which that
yeah,
hurt my brain.
yes. It's okay to talk about the beings that both Fukushima and Kagama are technically connected to.
Yes.
They
By
are
the way,
connected.
we are almost at the end of the time, so continue.
Yes, but by the way, their ancestor alone is the son of Gaia. A and Gaia herself is the very first. Even she came before God, a God and chaos.
Yeah,
In my
but
in my
originally,
yep. Go
for
ahead.
the original version of the primary being was the origin, and he
Yes.
split off into multiple different beings,
Yes.
such as Gaia, Destruction, Absolute Light, Absolute Darkness, etc., etc.
Yes. He split in my version he split up into seven. Like the original ones you just said, yes.
Yes.
And we know how long we in now?
We have about 2 minutes, and then we can
But
get to your part.
but yeah,
So let's make
but
the
yeah,
rest
the
of these two
being is
minutes
called
quick.
but yeah, the being is called Baraksu. He is the primordial beast of the ocean, storms, monsters, and seas, and raid itself. He let's just say he is one of the main pillars of reality.
Right.
That 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 pillar being monsters because in every and these pillars are actually roots.
Right. So I'm going to go back through the questions
Huh?
because there was this one that
Which one was it?
was like so the one with Kenji and Kagami. I'll get into that later on.
Yeah,
We are almost up with the time, so guess whose role hasn't been decided yet, but he is so far going to be a good character for what we're
yeah.
trying to do.
And redesign would and redesign would definitely be an option for him though.
Yeah. He's still going to be somewhat the same for the first season, but we're going to make sure that he stays, out of, he doesn't drink from that cup, as
Yeah.
it's also called.
Hmm. And what is the minute now, sir?
It is now time for you to talk about the Thunder Blooded.
All right, Thunderblooded. Where do I begin with this?
Let's
Now
go
keep
ahead. You go ahead and turn on the green screen so that way we have your deal.
so Thunderblooded is Thunderblood is mainly evolving around the son of this guy, Beezma. Now, Phasma. Now, keep in mind, this is not. This is only like an inspirational image I made using AI generating. This guy is the. He is part of the pantheon called the Urdu.
He said, "Bro."
Yeah, it's like. I mean, yeah. Let's look at the appearance though.
Yeah. Bro's
But yeah,
majestic.
huh?
I just saw a live stream of two girl cousins dating each other. What the fuck?
What?
And
Tell
a man third partying. I'm cooked, dog. Just stay on this stream. Just stay on this stream, dog. Okay,
don't,
okay.
don't go nowhere else. Don't go nowhere
Yeah,
else,
you
please.
don't curse yourself. We may have language, but we don't have that.
What the heck? That sounds sweet. I heard lesbians were crazy, but I didn't. But I didn't know they would fuck their own.
Hang on.
Odd. But yeah,
Anyways,
Beesma.
continue.
But yeah, so this is Beesma. He is the god. He is the Urdu god of storms,
I'll make sure
strength,
that door stays
war.
closed.
Right. But yeah, war, or is it strength, kingship, and creation.
Holy shit, my clay conditioning machine's in here. Not only that, I got a hook in here. I'm gonna go ahead and turn your volume back on. If you can hear me. Oh god, voice crack. Hook I made a long time ago.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, look at this hook I made a long time ago.
Nice. Oh fuck. They're down there. Oh no.
Intermission. Yes.
But anyway, I thought it was. Anyway, no, hold on. Let me just pull that lens back up. But yeah, this guy. But yeah, he is. His inspirations were mainly from gods from other mythologies. Zeus, Thor, Odin, not Perun, uh, Atum, and Marduk, and dot from Celtic mythology, and Jupiter too. But yeah, Jupiter and Zeus are the same. What do you
The
say?
beast from hell.
Who?
I don't know.
So he's talking about you.
You're one to talk,
Oh please.
Mr. Wendigo.
And that's his dad,
Oh, good.
Kronos.
Yes. Wait, I thought you had another image from the
Oh, don't
beast.
worry, then.
Oh, the beasts from hell. Skull
Yes.
and Hottie.
Calm down. Oh, you're itching, aren't you?
I was
That's
talking about the dogs. Yes. Damn.
that is that is Kronos. Now you see, in regular traditions, Kronos is Zeus's father. But in my version, uh, I decided to mix in uh, those those religions I made. Well, not religions, but those pantheons and mythologies into one, so I can create my own. my own original pantheon of gods.
All right, so 220 is whenever we're going to be able to talk about what's it called? Goji's wishing he had these.
I mean, I did send him some of them.
Or whatever. Damn.
Are you looking at Chronos?
Anyway, so continue when you go.
But yeah, everything else is still the same. But however, though, the only differences I made were the names and the rest of the cast though. But yeah, the main character himself is the child of Beastma.
Oh, physics.
Hmm.
Physique.
Oh,
Goji be
physics.
wishing he had this physique. True.
But yeah, he is the child. But yeah, the main character is the demigod child of Beastma. And not just that he is being hunted by Cron. This character alone is being hunted by Cronus' followers and some of the other Titans who managed to escape Tartarus.
Right.
And it's stated that only a demigod bastard son of Beastma can release Cronus and the rest of the Titans from Tartarus.
We're all a little famous. Just a little.
Not just that though, I also changed up that yes, Cronus is still the son of Gaia. However, though, he's also the son of Anu. Anu is a Babylonian god, actually. I decided to change that for some reasons I don't want to talk about.
Right.
And plus, though, I think, I don't know, changing up a bit. Baraksu alone changed that actually does make a good. Baraksu by himself, though, does appear the first part of the story as being one of the many trials that Beastman had to face.
Right.
That trial mainly being clashing and actually tried to tame the primordial rage-storming beast. Another one is where he fights Moth Arcane, the guy who I said stronger than Zaugus. Tried to also take on death and decay and infertility. But so far, the main character himself has to
Right.
fight
Real
against
quick,
the
I'm going to say this
what's
real quick to the other person in the chat. Welcome to the live. If you want to, you can say anything that you want to, ask any questions about what we're talking about, anything like that. Have fun.
Yep. Huh. What you said?
Are the challenges different for everyone? Just him, or just for him?
Uh, mm, Actually, they're not really in order. Where I put it, Ma Arcane came right after the Titanomachy in my version came right before he decided to try to challenge Baraksu, and after he managed to take on Baraksu and managed to subdue him, he Ma Arcane tried to fight him. Actually, succeeded one time and managed to make the entire tree of creation rot. Keep in mind, I'm talking. And by the way, the tree itself is infinite in size, and it was created by Gaia herself, with absolute light and absolute darkness helping in too. Goji look what he said. Read.
Go just started monologuing.
I always monologue. But yeah. Just imagine Beastma took on these titans. Big, right?
Yes.
But also, he had to take on Baraksu. And finally, he also had to deal with Mart Arcane.
Ah, so you.
Fuck you.
that's just that's just a big dog.
Hey, I keep. By the way, by the funny thing enough, all of them are related.
It is true.
Beastma, Beastma fights. Basically, Beastma fights his great granduncles because they are Anu's brothers.
Talk about family bonding tonight, am I right?
Mm-hmm. And not to mention, he does got a bunch of bastard kids. 4 of them from his wife Hiji. Try to pull the image of her.
Yeah, sure, if you want to.
Yeah, like 4 from his wife
Oh yeah,
Hiji
her.
and several others. Especially one of them's a giant crab.
Oh yeah. Just just a crab.
Oh
Ain't no
no.
sense in being crabby about it. Hell.
And that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Beastma was on them freaky time.
Yeah. Sam, I would get more than just 4.
What? What that mean?
The
The
first
fir-
one.
I'm just so I. But yeah,
Anyways, let's
funny.
continue.
But But yeah, that's mainly the info dump on Beastma himself. I still need work on the main character's name and the city he's from. But keep in mind this is set in a more dark fantasy setting. So really not that much tech or anything. However, there will be some steampunk theme in there. And there will be some Beastma's children that will not. Hmm?
Bro lives in Chicago.
What?
Bro's live in Chicago. Bro lives in Chicago.
No, I don't.
What do you mean by bro lives in Chicago? The guy that we're talking about? Because if so, pretty much, yeah.
What?
Beesma.
Beastma. Well, to be fair, Beastma does sound like he
Yeah.
does live.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, he was. Yeah, that's who he's talking about. Beesma. And how he's pretty much Black Air Force activity.
What the fuck did it went dark on?
I wouldn't go in there if I were you.
Guess what? I was
You're going
born
in.
in. I was born in it, molded by it. Ow, son of a. Huh, that's better.
The void in his room.
This is my grandparents' house.
I guess. Oh
I,
yes.
we don't talk. We don't talk about what happened. I said, oh my god, that's what's funny. So I was born in it, molded, then boom.
All right, continue.
But yeah. The rest of the Urdu pantheon is gonna be in this too. Like his older siblings.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. I'm writing a book for Wendigo on the Urdu language and the grimoire of it.
Yeah. In
Which
fact,
grimoire, if you watched Hell of a Boss, you would probably know that the grimoire is a spell book that also gives history about the Goetia and other things as well.
mhm. In fact, I actually do got a. If I could find the image of his brothers, he's actually all 4 brothers right now.
Huh.
No, no. The black one is the oldest. There's the second oldest, third. There's Beastma. He is the youngest of them because, well, like Zeus, he is the youngest god. Well, he's the youngest of his siblings.
Right.
And besides that, a thing I definitely did change was, well, the Urdu. The Urdu
Why
was
are
some.
all the dudes black or light skin?
It's mainly due. Well, it's mainly due to their father and mother, and plus it also connects them to their ancestry. Not that ancestry, their relationship with the old gods.
Right.
Not the Titan. Besides the Titans, who is their definitely their blood relatives, the old gods themselves, they are even above the Urdu. And
Want to
I
get
talk
some more
about,
tea? Go ahead
all
and
right,
continue talking.
but yeah, the Urdu themselves mainly have different skin tones to symbolize what they are the gods of and what is their status in the pantheon. And funny thing enough, though, uh, like norm, like Z- like the typical Greek, some siblings, Hiji and Bisma, like Zeus and Hera, are both siblings and they're married. I know you heard that, Yoji.
Yes, I did.
Tonight, wait, no. Oh no, I thought I was about
Bum,
to say,
bum, ba-dum, bum,
shut the
bum,
fuck up.
ba-dum.
That phone fall for you.
I'll be in there to read it here soon.
Okay, but yeah, uh, yeah,
Ooh,
but
let's see some.
anyway, I was about to talk about. Oh yeah, I was talking about the main character and his trials. But yeah, the main character himself. I got sidetracked so bad about Bisma. The main character himself is definitely actually the
Oh, for you. Love this guy.
God love him.
Right.
But yeah, the son of Beast Mode is actually the very first demigod of the pantheon. Ve- and unfortunately, he is also kind of the weakest too. This
I'll
this
turn off my
actually
green screen now.
right.
Oh,
This actually does make him more of a target for the Titans agents and even other beings from my realm. Well, from my stories,
yeah. On second thought, I don't like the no background,
bitch.
dude. I just don't like having no background.
That's
Here,
better.
I'll change it up. I'll change it up. Okay, that's just creepy. That's just creepy.
You see, that's creepy. Look at me. Look at got an old hag
Green,
behind me.
green. Yes, green.
I got an old hag behind me.
Old hag. All right, continue.
But yeah, okay, yeah. But yeah, the children that this child of Beesma would definitely have some struggles in this. He will meet new people too in this as well. And actually, once you will find someone actually, well, the themes for this is gonna be like soccer, violence, war, death,
Right.
vengeance, and a bit of love.
Will he find love?
Yes,
Ooh, that's actually a good question.
yes, Beesma's son would definitely find love. I'm still trying.
Currently, we are at the 30-minute mark.
All right, so I still got time.
Yes.
However, though, I will be working on a book series of it first before I do like I will do it like an audiobook drama version of it though.
Right, right.
However, though, I still need to come up with the character's design and personality though. So far, I've written down he does he does have a similar mentality to Hiccup.
Will Kagami find love? Yes.
Yes, he will.
I'm
Kagami
not
would
gonna.
def-
I'm not going to explain how. I will explain the arcs later on, but we'll get into that later
yes,
on.
we will. We would
Continuing to
definitely
go.
will. But
Just
yeah.
stay tuned for that.
But yeah. But anyway, as I was saying, this character himself has basically a similar mentality to Hiccup from How to Train Your Dragons. Particularly the first movie. And I actually have been reading a bit of the Percy Jackson books too, and similar basically like you can basically like believe that he ha- he's a mixture between both Percy Jackson and Hiccup.
Actually, not a bad mix.
It really isn't, especially due to the fact though especially the fact though that one one thing I want to mention though that he will also have a rival in the form of one of his elder brothers, well, elder half brothers.
So, white boy with light skin wrists.
No, not that.
Yeah, pretty much Gojo.
Funny thing enough, though, yeah, funny thing enough, the Urdu gods are actually an elf religion in my stories. So this is actually, however, though, however, though, the mother of Beastma's child is human.
Right,
So yeah, don't. So yeah, might expect some elves to try to come after his ass too,
right.
because to them they might think this is an insult to their god, and definitely an insult to a certain somebody who's just like Hera, the the bitch behind me.
She was talking to the godly bag. What?
What?
She was taking that godly bag shots. That is crazy work.
I, I love this dude. I love this dude. You're good. You're cool. You're cool. You should be a
Yes.
but yeah. But yeah. Unfortunately for Beastma's, well, for the main character's mother, she will find out about the affair. And funny thing about her, she was inspired by Morgan, Hera, Isis, and Ishtar. Ishtar and Morgan are goddesses of war.
Hmm.
And Morgan herself is the goddess of death.
Right.
You can tell where this is going.
Pretty much.
And so she decided to send one of this guy's children to go after and kill her and kill the mother. And he sent six of them. She sent six of these things to go kill her. And be and the mother herself is not no small fry. She did came from what?
I should crush. I should crash out to. I would crash out too if I was a beautiful goddess and get heated on with a human woman. Yo, actually,
Accurate. Okay.
valid.
Um hey,
All
let's be
right,
real. Let's be real. Harris cross out so that's
I,
understandable.
that's
Hey, right?
understandable. She wants a loyal. She's literally the goddess of marriage.
That's just
All right,
but yeah.
continuing to go.
However, though, another character that will stand with the but with the main dude himself, is actually Bisma's older brother himself, Impo, who I mentioned in the earlier. No, I mentioned earlier.
Yes.
Now, Impo himself is the actual god of the
Zeus
underworld.
was unloyal as hell. Facts.
Facts. But funny enough, though, his other inspirations weren't, except for Odin.
Mm.
Where I'm just being real about that. But Impo himself is the god of the underworld. His inspirations was Hades, Pluto, uh, Anubis, and freaking a Aztec deity I forgot the name of.
Hmm.
And Impo is actually and Impo is actually the second strongest in the pantheon,
Hmm.
second only to his brother. Hmm? His
No.
bro is
Bro is Batman, but from hell.
pretty much. However, though, Impo is actually a calm and it's actually
He has an owl head.
that's what I was going for
Yeah.
because you know how Hades' helm of invisibility.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
So pretty much.
it's that. However, though, it not just hides his face, well, not just like turns him invisible, but also but also teleports him to places too.
So pretty much, it's an OP mask.
Yes, it is. And Impo himself is definitely a trustworthy ally to to his nephew, and he's actually the person that does take and
Hang on.
takes the.
That looks like it's stuck to his head.
Actually, it is.
Hmm.
Tartarus himself did that to Impo.
Really?
Yes, because for retaliation on for him for what he did to Abaddon. Abaddon was trying to assault Impo's wife. And so Impo took matters in his own hands, fought and managed to beat Abaddon, but he went back to Tartarus and he permanently fused that mask to his head.
Right.
What the you know what I gotta say about Abaddon?
What?
What a little bitch.
Bro did one good deed and gets cooked.
Yes.
Damn.
I don't make stuff fair for these guys.
Same thing here.
But you want to see true unfair. You should see what AI did to freaking sorry, what's her name? You should have seen what AI did to the second oldest Titan.
Who the fuck is this man?
That is the god of the void. That is the Titan of the void.
Huh.
Slenderman build ass. And
Well, I mean,
funny thing,
he's still pretty buff as shit though.
huh?
Still pretty buff as shit though.
Mm-hmm.
That's a woman.
No, no, it's not a woman. Don't worry, it's not a woman. It's not a woman. It's a man, and this is an ogre. Titaness of decay and fertility. Unfortunately, free-headed bitch. Well, free-headed old hag. They do.
Smash. What? Oh no, not me revealing my big bald ass head. Decay
Real.
won't stop me is crazy. Decay won't stop me is
All right.
crazy.
Will you this then? I swear to God, he better not say
We are
yes.
currently at the 20-minute mark, so let's
All
continue.
right. All right. Dude, that's so. I was not expecting that.
Right.
No, he said no.
Understandable. Okay, so I will explain though. The last hour is most likely going to be us discussing the quartet and also more of a Q&A part.
Oh, most definitely.
Right. So let's continue.
But yeah, most of the Titans will be main protagonist, be like antagonists. However, though, it will not be none of the first generation that I just showed. It will be, hold on, this guy who is the son of that solar deity I showed,
Right.
and the son of a Titan of the of Beast and the Hunt.
Right.
So yeah, the second generational managed to actually escape the same fate that their parents fought or their parents had. And so their goal is to, well, hmm?
Yeah, we can see it runs in their face.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah. But funnily enough though, in the last audiobook series, she will get involved. This
Gaia.
is yes, because she's actually getting tired because once I get done with the rest, like once I get done with the world building and all that, I will finally get work on it. And this show, she is just tired of her children, her siblings, and their children, like the archangels, the demons, ain't the dragons, all that. She will be tired of all of it. And so she'll just release the old gods themselves
Right.
to eat
I'm
everything.
creating another Earth with this one.
But worst part is this: the old gods themselves will eat the entire roots and the tree a whole, reducing just nothingness again.
Right.
However, though, like I said, it's only up to the son of Beesma.
Right.
Oh, and by the way, here's his grandmother. Here's Beesma's mom.
Show if it's infinite.
Huh?
Show how is it? How if it's infinite?
Well, I'm not sure how to respond to that part.
I think I can. So infinite universe, right?
Yes, it is
That's
infinite
what
in
it's talking about.
size.
So the infinite universe. So what are we talking about in this case? Like
We're talking
recreating
about
it?
yes, and but in her own liking, we're talking like recreating all of hell, heaven, the other realms, and even the dimensions too, in
The
every
tree?
reality.
Okay, let me explain it like this. So what it is that after the infinite universe is created, what comes after creation? Destruction and then
Yes.
recreation.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
think of it like this. You complete a game, but after you get done with the game, you can restart. All that
Mm-hmm.
progress from before is done, but you restart.
Yes.
So I guess to these gods or deities,
Mm-hmm.
um, this is like a play toy to them.
Yes. However, though, to the old gods themselves, these guys are more the primal ones. What the fuck?
Undertale as reset. True.
That's true. But scary thing enough, these old gods are more primal than their Titan, than they're both their Titan and Urdu kin. They will
Right.
actually, yeah, because Gaia said herself, they will stop at nothing until they eat every last bit of the tree, every root, every infinite narrative, every galaxy, every star systems,
Right.
everything will be wiped out, and they will even eat the void itself.
Hmm.
And guess who are the only free beings that can stop them? The primordials, the judge, and the three
Bro
brothers.
took one bite and wanted more. Yep.
Yeah, but yeah, like I said, those are the only three groups that that could basically chain them back up again.
Right.
And trust me, they're not like just imagine them like hold on, let me try to find a good
So like their creator.
yes. Oh yeah,
You're the
also
creator.
yes.
You said they're not pretty. I said like their
Oh,
creator.
you the jackass. I had my mama's face. The fuck you talking about? I should go down to Texas and beat your ass. And cut that damn man bun off.
No, not cutting off the man bun. Like I said, chat, man bun or no man bun? Tell me. No man bun or man bun?
So I cut his man bun off.
I want to keep my man bun. Or should I wear my hair down? Should I wear it in a bun or should I keep my hair down? What's your opinion?
I'm about to chop his man bun off.
No man bun. Bald?
Damn! I don't have scissors, but I got
It's
this.
ruining my curls. No, I mean for myself. Should I wear my hair in a man bun or not?
No. You all better say no. No. Say no so say no so I can chop it off with this.
No, no,
There's
no,
scissors.
no, no, no,
I'll show you where
no,
scissors are at. Yeah,
no.
give me the
You're not
scissors real
taking my
quick.
man bun. You're not taking my man bun.
Oh, my sister's gave me the scissors.
Someone said nah.
Oh,
I'm
never.
keeping my man bun.
You got lucky.
Yay.
You got lucky.
Motherfucker, it is 2 o'clock.
I know. You little motherfucker. You got lucky.
Yes, I
Anyways,
did. Let's continue.
yeah, let's continue with this one.
Yeah,
Sure, that sounds good.
we're at almost at the 10-minute mark.
All right. But yeah, but yeah, you
Yes.
understand why? Yeah, you guys understand what I said though.
Go Eminem from 2012 haircut. No, I already listen. I'm not going Eminem. I'm too big head bald for that.
He is.
All right, let's continue.
But yeah. Oh my god. But like I said, Urdu. Well, like I said, Beastman's what? But yeah, main character's white. Mom will try will almost get killed by by them, only to be saved by Impo. And who is being guided by another one of Beastman's children, Beastman's siblings. That being Vela. Cat. The fuck?
Don't worry about what I just did.
And also being also underneath the protection over Surya. And Beastma's older sister.
I'm pondering over this one.
What? What the fuck? What that mean?
All right, continue.
Oh god, I think we got the why we got the weird ones.
It is what it is.
Eh, it's to help keep it. It's to help keep us entertained.
Yes, continue.
But yeah, these
Oh,
four.
by the way, we have another person in the chat. Feel free
Yeah,
ask any questions that you have.
yep. But yeah, by the way, these four Urdu gods will be a main factor in this storyline.
We
But
are at the 10-minute mark,
all right,
so
wrap it up.
no, we're not wrapping up. We have another 10 minutes until it's time for us to go ahead and go into the Q&A session and talking about the Kaiju Quartet seasons.
Yeah. But yeah, so far though, I only listed the 9 Urdu children of Beastma,
Right.
like all of them right here. What the
I
fuck?
can
Hold. Hang on. I know it. Like all right here though.
Right.
Not all these are both where it's him and Haiji, and then his bastard kids.
Right.
He got only nine children.
Hmm.
But we have the main character that would basically make 10.
Keep going on. I gotta go pee.
All right. So I'm trying to remember what else I was trying to say though. But yeah, right now the only thing that still needs to be done is just the characters' designs themselves. For example, like I said before, yes, Hiccup. There will be some influences from Hiccup and Percy Jackson from both High Train Dragons and, well, obviously Percy Jackson. For the main character, Beast Mode will definitely play a part in Thunder Blooded as well. The character, or as the father. I'm still confused about what's that nuclear thing for. Haiji, Haiji will basically kind of be the antagonist, so, but yeah, she'll be the antagonist for the or for the first chapter. Well, not the first chapter, but the first part of the story, because I am separating it into 4 different like audiobook drama stories. Oh God! So wait a minute.
I live in the shadows.
Saw Yujiro Hama.
I live in the shadows. I'm in the
Listen,
walls. I'm in the damn walls.
if you guys know that reference, you both know what I'm about to say. You all know what I'm going to say. He's in the walls. He's in the goddamn walls.
Anyways, continue. We have about 7 minutes.
Yeah,
I
okay, that's
think.
very valid. But yeah, like I said, Heiji would be the main antagonist for the first season. I'm not making it. I am going to like cut it down to 20-minute long chapters. However, once I get done with that particular season, I'm going to combine them to a hour-long audiobook dramas.
Right.
And however, though I am going, they are going to be titled separately from each other. Like I said, Thunder Blooded, and 3 others I'm still working on the names for.
Right.
I think another one's going to be Remember the Titans,
Right.
and I think the last two would. Huh?
Will this be animated?
Uh, I think only the art. Uh, I don't really know though. Probably, probably not if I if I got someone to do some of the artwork to help do
Right.
that. But like I said,
I
it's a
could. Yeah, I could
huh
talk to what's his name Milk about that, and then yeah,
huh.
I could talk to
Okay,
yeah.
yeah, but yeah, uh, like it's not gonna be like animated. It's more of a audiobook drama. And right now, I am currently working on a pipe cleaner sculpture of Beast Mode right now.
Yeah.
Funny
I
thing,
do physical sculpture. He does pipe cleaner sculpture, which either
yeah,
way, both is good.
yes,
We are
uh,
at the 5 minute mark,
yep.
so
And another interesting detail I want to add: the humanoid forms is not truly their actual forms. Actually,
right.
You see, huh?
Will
Kagami went.
Kagami be animated? We'll get into that.
We
We
will
will
definitely
get
will.
into that, my friends.
But yeah, but like I said, Hiji, Hiji, the first villain of Thunderblooded, the Titan, the Titans definitely, and funny thing enough, the fallen angels like Lucifer himself will be the next villain in the third book. And in a
Right.
shocking turn of events, the Baraksu will take his revenge on on Beesma in the final book, alongside Mount Arcane. That's
Right.
all I gotta say. Okay, I'm not trying to spoil nothing else for no one.
Lucifer just pops out of nowhere.
That's because yeah, funny thing. That's because the Urdu pantheon. That's because the Urdu religion and the well, I like to
Uh,
call the Elra religion are two different orders. Elra's religion is similar to the Judeo Christianity.
so okay, so
Hmm?
if correct me if I'm wrong. So pretty much it's like how all religions technically exist in this
Yes.
world, and the leaders of each religion sit at a table.
Hmm. Yes.
So pretty much they all sit there, and that means that all versions of Dev, Lucifer,
Hmm.
Satan,
Yeah.
etc., they
Yes.
all exist.
Yes. However, though, Samael and Lucifer are the same entity, while Satan and Azazel are two separate entities.
Yeah.
I also do want to mention that the fact that the other beings on my world, like orcs, dwarves, goblins, ogres, and trolls, they do got their own gods too, but they're not as
Right.
well known. The deep ones worship Baraksu, and guess what? The Matsukami.
Right.
So yeah, but that's all I gotta say.
With that. So basically, they sit and like show how we are going to get rid of this deep.
Pretty much because a demigod is the only thing that
So
rivals
pretty much.
a
Oh, so okay. So kind of like a Knights at the Round Table.
yes. Funny thing enough, though, but funny thing enough, the lover is a Nephilim.
Hmm.
A demigod will fall in love with a
Now I
Nephilim.
will ask you this: does
Hmm?
this fall into sort of like? Does it have like connections to your other series, the Kane series?
Y- yes, yes, because the eldest. Because another being called the eldest, one of the old gods is trying to bring chaos and destruction to the world, and so she decided to send the monsters to go after Cain.
Right?
And she believes that Cain will be the key for the old god's return. But at the
Is
same time,
Allah real in this world?
who Allah? Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just need to write that down real quick. Just need to write down that name real quick.
ALLAH.
Yep. Thank you for
And
the
we are
reminder.
currently at the half-minute mark, so
But yeah, that's all I gotta say. I will do a set. But yeah, on my channel, I will do a video explaining the different races and their cultures on my channel.
that's that's probably gonna be like 1/5 of this live.
Facts.
Which at this point we are now allowing y'all to bombard us with questions.
Oh
So
God.
now, ask any questions that y'all please, whether it's about the series or our personal lives or anything like that,
Get
or
ready,
anything that we're
Jonesy.
doing in general. So the first two
Get
questions were Kagami was Kagami going to find love? Yes, he will find love in the Inuyasha universe. The second one was, will Kagami be animated? In some cases, yes, he will be animated. It depends if we're able to get an animator.
Yeah, we.
Out of all the male gods, who is the biggest goat? Or who has the biggest yacht? Is what it is.
Motherfucker. It's it's. I'm sorry. It's Basema. It's Basema. I'm saying that now.
Out of all the male gods, Bisma.
Well, Beesma and his second and the third brother.
You know who I just remembered?
What?
These
Who?
are real questions. All right.
All right. Oh god, I'm
But yeah,
scared.
go ahead and ask as many questions as you please, though. We will answer your questions while also talking about other stuff. What about the female gods?
Yeah, funny thing. When I was Korean Beesma, a natural thunderstorm appeared.
Oh shit, it does something. So what about
So
the female gods? Is what he said. So out of all the female gods, who has the biggest? Yeah.
okay. Are we talking like real? Are we talking like real world religion, or are we talking about my series?
Either one. Either.
Trying to make sure Aries is not. Trying to make sure Aries is not hear me.
Athena.
Besides her, Aphrodite, Athena, Artemis. Oh, okay, both.
Both.
Yeah,
Oh, he said both. Ooh.
yeah. Aphrodite and Athena. That's me. Hey, I like a badass war. I like badass warrior chicks.
You like
And
them tall, can fight,
yeah,
have good taste in
and
music.
Hiji, who the image I showed you guys.
Hmm.
Shit. So I just got assaulted by a pipe cleaner.
Right. So let's go ahead and talk about some stuff about like this stuff with Kizu and why we kind of kicked him out. Um, he was doing some stuff in the quartet that we didn't like. Like I said, if y'all really want to hear more about it, watch the video that we're coming out with. And also, if you want to hear
What?
an even more further in-depth analysis, go ahead and subscribe to the quartet. Will Goji get a haircut? No.
I can give him one right now.
No.
That's where I get the screwdriver.
No.
Oh, so you want a screw fight? I got some screws loose.
Obviously.
Oh, trying to put this in.
I'm not getting a haircut. I'm growing it out until I go to the army.
Join the army.
Join the army. Anyways,
Cut his hair off.
you know
Next
when to
one.
go?
Oh shit. Next question.
I'm watching on the TV. Oh. Ooh. Damn. I got you. Anyways, so yeah, next question. Um. Yeah, this is gonna happen. So how did the sister live with the parents? Live, but the parents didn't. She was at school, so Kagami's parents were, at their house, while
Yeah.
Kagami's sister was going to the school.
Yeah.
So
Mm-hmm.
Kagami was on the walk, yada yada yada, all that shit. And she didn't really live because we know she died of leukemia later on.
Damn.
Cancer sucks.
Nope. Nope. I'm not making that joke again.
But yeah, so Akiko was able to live past the bomb. She died of No.
She died.
My like my Oh God, no.
Me by
Next question.
Nick and you.
I like this chat. I guess, even though he's the only person in here, I like this chat.
Me too. Bitch.
I heard you. Fucking heard you.
I know you did. Bitch.
Or
Blondie.
cuck.
Mm.
Okay, hang on. Will the pantheon be destroyed in the end? What pantheon? Wendigo's pantheon or
Oh
the
yeah, I think
pantheon from the quartet? Explain.
if you're talking about the Urdu, if you're talking about the Urdu, they cannot really be destroyed since there's a whole they are protected by the judge. And in that case, the judge will not let them like be destroyed.
Right.
But you're talking about the pantheon of gods from the quartet. It depends who take them out first. Yeah, Fukushu or August. Because like his dad, he does not.
Can the judge die? Ooh.
You'll be surprised. Death, he's older than Death. Death cannot claim the judge. You see, when I designed the judge, I was actually taking inspiration from the Living Tribunal from Marvel, and I decided to expand on that and also combine the first Firmament in there too,
Hmm.
along with some other angelic origins, where I actually made him into he is a necessary counterbalance.
Bro gets one shot by a anime girl and in the solar suit.
I forgot to mention he's also above cosmology too.
Hmm.
Include characters who claims to be like he's actually even above the narrative stories itself though too.
Yeah, I'm getting sleepy over here, but I'm waiting until the hour finishes. So
Yeah,
I guess let's go ahead and say what we were going to say about how Kagami was about how we were going to talk about like the sagas. So the first season is the Isekai season, which we mentioned earlier. The second season is the well, actually no, the first season is the quartet. The second season is the Isekai season. So above you.
yes, unfortunately.
Yes. Let's see. So
In
after
fact,
that
I
we
think it's
also
behind me.
have huh?
In fact, I think the judge's behind me. Oh, okay, we're good.
There's a spider on my ceiling and I'm naming him Dave. Spider Dave, you better behave.
Ah,
So, the time I was reincarnated as a Godzilla and got a harem. Oh no.
oh. Hey, at least it's not the jobless reincarnation one. Though. We don't talk about that one.
Alright, so what's it called? So Kagami was sent to Inuyasha, went Fukushu to Overlord, and Gesu, who is now named Ishiro, to Shield Hero. The third season is the we're going to have to come up is the Otherworld arc
Yeah.
or the Otherworld season. Straight face. Just going like,
Hmm. And this is where, and this is also the other world arc is definitely going to.
Inuyasha. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, when Kagami finds love, it's going to be a character in Inuyasha, and you have to guess.
Yes.
But anyhow, but anyhow, so yeah, so okay. This is the purple haired girl. I already know.
Hey.
What purple haired girl?
Well, he was cool.
Anyhow, so yeah, the fourth season is going to be the
So,
war season. So
yes.
also known as the Zogust War season. And then after that, we have the movie The Zogust War, which is going to be about 40 minutes long or 50 minutes long, depending on how long we make it. After that, we have season 5, which is going to be the King Destroyer, no, not the Cell Destroyer season, or Cell Destroyer arc.
Mm-hmm. Cell Destroyer was definitely inspired by Cell, if you guys cannot tell.
Yeah, because it can't be the main character. It is not Kagome. I will say it is not Kagome.
But you're a little bit close though.
You are a little bit close, but you will be actually surprised on who it is. So after that, we have a filler arc, which is the Obsidian arc. This is where Obsidian, which spoiler alert, he
The
went through
sun.
something. The son of Fukushu,
And
goes through a whole existential crisis, and we're not going to talk about that.
yeah, because
Yeah,
what he saw under the veil.
Naraku. No, not Naraku.
Chips.
So let's see. After the Obsidian arc, we have the Fallen arc.
Yeah. Now, my advice, Mundo, who the fallen are.
Yes. Chops.
The fallen are good. So the
Oh,
fallen.
chips. Chips. Sell me some. That's what he said.
No.
Oh, you left. You didn't sell him the chips. How dare you? Anyways, continue.
Yeah. So the fallen arc is mainly gonna be up the fallen watchers from the Book of Enoch. Those mainly being the Gogori, or that's what they're called too.
And a certain someone, also known as the Banished, or Gaia's first child.
Yaldabaoth.
Yes. Then after that, after the Fallen arc, we have I forgot.
I think it was the Ragnarok.
Oh yeah, it was the Ragnarok arc, I think. Yeah, it was because during the first episode, Gaia smash. But yeah, after the
You will
but
not love
yeah,
my guy. Yeah.
so
Down there.
Kagami
Oh,
technically
wait, hold on. I gotta
dies
say.
in that arc.
Wait, go on. I gotta say this real quick. Spoiler alert. Guy has teeth under there.
Watch him still say smash.
I'm waiting for that response. I'm actually waiting for that real quick.
Right. So
But go ahead and continue.
so Kagami dies in the Ragnarok arc, which then there's a filler arc called Reaper Kagami. Teeth won't stop me. I called it. But yeah, so but yeah, um, Also, I'm going to say this. Keep
You
trying to
will.
guess on who Kagami marries, though. I will say that because, yeah,
My brother in Christ, you want one freaky one. Not you, dumbass.
I'm always freaky.
Bad boy.
Motherfucker, say that again. I got a hook. It's not Naraku. It is not Naraku. Anyways, let's continue.
Yeah, before we decide to screw each other. Not that way.
Tonight the music's sick loud.
Shut the fuck up.
Anyway, so
Maybe pansexual behind no bitch.
right. So let's see. So after the Reaper Kagami arc goes into the Bale arc, and then after that it goes into the Yuno arc. I think you misspelled Kikyo if that was your spelling. It's Kikyo. No, it's Kikyo. But yes, it is Kikyo.
Congratulations. You got these chips.
Yes.
This man, he refused it.
He's just like, yep, okay. But yes, it is Kikyo.
Yeah.
Kagami's wife
Congratulations.
is Kikyo, and you'd be surprised.
Congratulations. You earned these chips. He just said,
Will she get a
Mom.
monster form?
Ooh.
That's actually kind of foreshadowing right there. Yay, lemon, my favorite. So we're almost at the 30-minute mark. So let's go ahead and continue. So okay. So after the Yuno arc, which you know is from Guilty Crown,
And
it's our own version though,
yeah.
but
Fun fact.
still the same character design.
Fukushu hates her.
Not just her, her older sister.
And displaying that is a whole can of worms because
Right.
let's
So
just say,
after that, we have the filler arc, which is the Yuno and Crimson arc. I'll get into Crimson at a future date, but right now, just know Crimson is an evil version of Kagami. Copyright finna hit hard.
oh,
Well, here's the thing. Unlike our previous coworker, we actually give credit to those that did work.
yes.
Right. So let's say, who is the last dude? The last dude that was with us was Kizu, also known as Jonathan Kindle, on Instagram, YouTube, and other stuff. The reason why
You
we kicked
don't
him
want.
out is kind of
You don't.
restricted. Just know we are posting a video on the Kaiju Quartet.
You don't want.
Like, explain a little. Okay,
You don't want to know
just,
what's on his DeviantArt.
yeah, just know he had a cursed DeviantArt. He treated us like shit, and he pretended like our characters didn't even exist. Did he date a little kid? Not that far from the truth. And Gundalo, not that far from the truth. Damn, I wasn't expecting that. Oh God. Yes. Oh God, indeed.
Trust me. Trust me. Art. Trust me, my brother in Christ. You're gonna wish you have not seen his demon art.
My name is Eddie Brock, and I like to rap.
Wow, I'm not surprised.
Yes. Wait, Eddie Brock.
Oh,
Eddie.
but yo, should we tell him about this August thing?
Yeah. You know what? Yeah. Since we were talking about that earlier.
So you know August is Fuku's dad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we should know this. And funny thing enough, I'm working on that family tree of August right now.
Yeah.
And so explain. So when we were doing the RP, he decided to make a character who's related to Gesu, who's an ancestor that quote unquote defeated Zalgus in a multiversal war. Even though at the
Without
end of the
consoling any of us.
yes, keep in mind I was still doing world building in my series, and originally I was making Zalgus Tarvis' son and Nexus, which honestly in my opinion that did not work out. And so
Right.
yeah,
We
he decided.
eventually made him into a assembly board.
Hmm?
He said, "Oh, that sucks." About what Keezy was doing to us, about treating us like shit. Yeah, that did suck.
Yeah, most definitely. And he also had a session on making his characters have a harem.
Oh yeah. Also, remember how I said Kagami's sister didn't want to, deal with a dude after what happened to her? So it turns out this man Kizu didn't get that message and made his character Gesu or Ishiro. Send me the deviant art in my text messages.
So,
Oh, Eddie. Okay, yeah, I know. Dude, you don't want to know.
don't
Dude,
wait.
Eddie, I
You
know
know
you
him?
don't. Yeah, I know him. Wait, wait, wait,
Oh,
wait, wait. No, 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 no.
dude,
Wait, wait,
no,
wait, wait, wait.
dude, we're telling you that no, dude,
Yeah,
yep, no, fuck it. Just
still
tell him.
send it. Still send it. So,
Just send it to him
Kizu
after this.
made Kagami's sister marry Gesu without even, letting when not even giving a damn that Kagami's sister didn't want to be in a fucking marriage, which is fucked up all on its own.
And how old is Kagami's sister?
At this point, 26,
Mm-hmm.
older than him
Oh yeah,
by 5 years.
nasty ass nigga, am I right?
Tell me.
Oh
Wait,
sure,
we
I can't
can't
say.
say that on me too.
Relax. It's just one. Relax. It's just one time
At
I say
least
the
he
N word.
didn't make hentai about it. Hmm.
Send the DVR account. Send the DVR account.
Eddie, I'll send you the DeviantArt account
Just look
after
on the
this.
papers.
You are the Eddie that I'm talking about, right? Known each other since middle school. Remind me, it's been a minute. Yeah. Okay. 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 I guess the DeviantArt. Yeah. Just know that he sent us this picture of this anime girl in a bikini and said, "This is what I imagine Kagami's sister would look like."
Dude, come on. I just ate goddamn eating those pickle
I'm
chips.
just like, what the fuck, dude? Oh my god, it
Shut
fucking
up.
sickened me to high heavens, dude.
I, dude, I'm legit called I tort. I may be, I may
Out of
be a
all the
run.
people I dealt with, let's see, um, from bro, why did y'all not kick this dude before? We did.
I did. He didn't.
Okay, first time
Shame
we were
on
like,
you.
okay. Second time,
Shame on you.
but that was mostly because, he used one of my main, you know, inspirations for Kagami
Shot
as a weapon
him.
against me.
Shot him in the head. Should I really hit this man in the head with his
Just do it.
pencil?
Just do it. Anyways. But the third time, it was official. I told him to log out of the account, have a good day. You pissed me off. And I told Wendigo, if this happens, if he tries to guilt trip me, don't let it happen. And, well,
Oh,
thank God he didn't guilt trip me. I looked at him, and he said, we were brothers. I'm like, yeah, brothers don't treat each other like shit. And I never called you brother to begin with. He never listened to me, even whenever I needed time to talk to somebody or anything like that. And it sucked.
broken heart. Yeah, pretty much.
Yes.
Is
So
this?
let's go ahead and continue with the stuff that he did as well. So
Is it
not only that, but he made his character, who's 21 by the way, marry a 10-year-old kid, dude. What the fuck? And you see, I don't like trying to get into controversies and stuff like that, but I looked at the age between his character and the character that his character married. And the worst thing about it, they had fucking kids. They had fucking kids.
He tried to convince. One time when you were
The
out.
goon is too much. Exactly.
Oh no no no!
Not
For example,
even me, man. Not even me, man. Dude,
no no no
fuck,
no.
dude.
Oh no! It gets worse. Because one time, Goji, when you were not on the call with us,
What
he tried to
happened?
he tried to convince me that our job was reincarnation. I said hell no, because motherfucker.
Oh my god, he tried doing the same thing to me. He tried convincing me to add jobless reincarnation to the fucking Kaiju Quartet in
Oh
the series.
oh my god!
Same thing with Transformers. Same thing with One Piece and all that other shit.
I'm only 19. They're trying to give me a heart attack.
Dude. And the only reason he wants it is because he's too much of a fucking horn dog.
Look, dude, I kid you not, my ass is disgusted.
You're telling me, dude. Cow. Moo.
He is a cow.
Right. So let's go ahead and continue. So let's see. After the Crimson and arc,
We
next
had
up is the what's it called? It would have been the what's it called, the Unicron arc, but we decided no Transformers. So yeah.
yeah
So we're gonna replace that with something else. And then after that was the Bale arc.
what Bell was
Oh wait, no,
strong
Ball.
ball. You got them confused. Ball is
Yeah,
Baal.
right. Yeah, we're about almost at the 20-minute mark, I think. Yeah, I'm not sure. Wait, no, we're almost at the 40-minute mark.
Damn.
Oh wait, no, we've been at the 40-minute mark. Maybe it's been too fucking long. Wait, started at 20. So that means 22, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's 7 at 70. falling right now. Yeah, I should
Yeah.
be asleep right now. Same here. But meanwhile with what's it called? So my parents can come at any time and whoop my yeah.
Yeah, most definitely go pamper. Especially
So
if they're Hispanic parents, yeah, they will whoop your ass like. Rest in peace, my brother in Christ.
but yeah, so after the ball arc is another filler arc, and then after that is the Mana arc, which then leads into another filler arc that goes into the final movie, also known as the Void Ghidorah movie,
Mm-hmm. What good over it's gonna be? I
and
ain't
that's
gonna
going
lie.
to be like an hour 30 minutes or longer.
Yeah, really depends though because ain't gonna lie, we would definitely need multiple editors for that one.
Yeah, I think we're going to need someone to work on, like, let's say the first part where it is like let like we'd have to cut it up into like 4 or 5, like 3, 4, or 5 sections.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, besides talking about that, let's go ahead and get into more. Let's get some more questions in here, please.
Yeah. I actually do want to say this about Guess Who Goji.
The way we're
Falcon was.
doing him now is doing him justice because
Hmm.
the way he was in the quartet RP was different than the one that we're doing right
Yeah,
now.
I ain't gonna lie though. Hey, I'm just saying this now. Like how you Falcon wrong, he will
Whoop his
slaughter
ass.
him. Hmm?
Whoop his ass. 5 seconds,
And
or
Falcon,
or
yeah,
less.
Falcon is smaller than Guess Who, by the way.
So how will Kagami be reincarnated again after the other versions? Okay, so he's actually reincarnated in hell,
Yeah, translation.
and he's actually so time in hell works differently. So let's say, um,
And it depends which
a
hell it
month
is.
passes by over a month passes over his death. There are 30 days in a month. For Kagami, it was 30,000 years.
Yes. Look in the light.
So that means that every minute was a year, or
Oh,
every hour was a year.
indeed.
I'm not sure. Kagami finna be a unk. But here's the thing: Kagami doesn't age. He doesn't age like a conventional human. His hair does grow longer though, signifying that he has long hair. That well, not just that he has long hair, that he's showing more maturity. When you first see him, he has short hair, and it's normal. When you see him whenever he's happy, his hair's still about the same,
Nappy
but he's
snappy.
showing more emotion. By the end of the Zaugus movie, he has like hair that's like right below, like I'd say like a little bit like longer by like 5 inches.
Hmm.
But by the end, his hair is literally to his thighs.
Hmm. Dude, should we mention what Fushi's true form looks like?
Maybe.
Because the Fukushu we just showed briefly. What the?
Will his sister be used against him? Actually, no. His sister comes back
Yeah,
alongside his family. Actually, everyone's family comes back, even though Fukushi's already did.
Yeah, and let's be real. Not enough. And let's be real. Food shoes needs a bunch of family counseling.
Yes. And so does Gesu's family, which the only one that didn't come back was his dad. That leukemia hit different.
I am the leukemia.
They survived leukemia.
Right.
Shit. Power of God. Well, actually, Izanami brought them back.
Yeah. Idiots.
You know what?
What?
You know what?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, actually, real size.
Midget.
Actually, this is like accurate, I think. Hang on. Stand up again. Yeah, this is about accurate.
Oh, most definitely.
Shit, alright. The air taking a beat. Oh shit. Goji2008 confirmed. No, I'm 5'8".
Hey, I'm 6'3", bitch.
Big boy over here. Teletubby. 1 chubby chubby. 2 chubby chubby. Yeah, so final hours of the live, yeah, we're going to get a little bit more wild. So, besides, we probably have like I think 10 minutes left. I'm not sure. Yeah. Ooh! You don't say the B word. That's too vulgar.
Bitch.
You say you stupid female dog.
Wait, what you said?
You say you stupid female dog.
Dog. I'm immortal, bitch.
Guess what? Still, let me hook your neck in. Okay, let's continue. Continue with the questions, please.
Yes.
We're
I want to hear
having
something about
fun.
Fukushima.
I don't think you know how to spell Fukushi's name.
F-U-K U-S H.
S-H-U. Will Goji get a girl this year?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure it's possible, man.
You know what? Give me your ear.
No.
Twisting him, bitch.
Bitch. Just look at the question. Just read the question, bitch.
Okay. Will he obtain this? No, gotta say that, dude. Anyways, let's just continue with what we were talking about. So is Dante's Inferno how below or above the 9 rings?
The 9 rings of
Actually,
hell.
no. The 9 spheres of hell are in the 7 rings of hell from Dante's Inferno.
Yes. In fact, in fact, that's why I was mainly. I was also mainly
Wait, hang on. I heard the
referencing.
name Dante.
Don't you dare!
Lonely, lonely.
Oh, who was about to get the knife real quick, you little midget? Oh, accurate size difference.
Lonely, lonely. I'm so lonely. Ah, shit. I'm going to die tonight, aren't I?
Oh, I kid you not, I wasn't. They will bury your ass down in hell with me. What do you say?
Um, Virgil's better. Who?
True. Vir- oh, that's Dante's twin brother, Virgil.
Huh.
In my opinion, though, his sword's a bit more cooler.
Yeah.
It's a katana.
I'll be right back. You go ahead and talk about some stuff. I'm going to place myself on mute because I don't want her to hear me cuss.
Midget. Yeah, Goji's a midget. You know, in fact, I gotta go piss too, so.
I'm
Oh,
back.
Lord.
So, about that fire woman. If I drink a Minecraft fire resistance potion, will I be able to smash her? Ooh.
Wait, what?
Ooh,
We're
hang
talking
on.
about him.
Here's another question. Real question. Will Kagami use his Goji form again? Yes, he actually will. This form right here is actually whenever he took it in 1954, but he will use his Godzilla form again.
Wait,
Alright, and here's another question. So what about Heaven? Ooh.
oh, oh, shit. Oh, heaven. I have not. Heaven, I've been working on for a bit, a little bit for a while. I wanted to definitely look like a paradise, actually.
Right.
So instead of like doing like a whole cloud theme, I went for a more like a nice meadow, like a meadow, a
So like an
beautiful
endless
forest.
field of grass.
Yes, and a forest too.
Hmm.
Like a beautiful forest covered in uh golden and pink and green leaves.
So basically, sakura blossom trees.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
And they talk and if you want to know what the inhabitants of those
Do
plains are,
the TBS. Do TBS exist in heaven? What is TBS?
I have no idea. But if you tell however, though, I am going to mention that other angels do exist on heaven.
To do TVs exist in heaven?
No,
No.
but
You kind of
the
just walk around, go to the park, feed the ducks. Peaceful life.
you can feed the cherubim,
No Canadian geese allowed.
pretty much. Funny thing that that's actually one of the inspirations for the cherubim I made, and that's what Lucifer was originally a cherub.
Yeah.
This means
Can I run? Can I run Doom in heaven?
well, and in case unless you want to get your ass beat by the archangels and the power angels.
I
Which
think what he
has,
means is like play Doom in heaven.
oh yes, oh most definitely.
Yeah. God's just like here.
But yeah, the warriors in heaven you do not want to mess with, especially the archangels. Which I think I do have a good. I think I have one representative. Well, not like the archangel. It's not archangel. It's more of a power angel I made.
Right.
Let me find it. Let me just get this thing up in order real quick. Here it is.
Hmm.
But you know, this is actually going to be the base for all the archangels' appearance, and this is actually Michael in my virtue colors.
Right.
And you're gonna notice that Lucifer definitely looks more different than his brothers and sisters. Because funny enough, my brother Michael is Lucifer's twin,
Right.
and this is only his angelic armored form.
Right. The name sounds familiar
What?
with Kizu's
Oh
armored
yeah,
form.
yeah. That was a that was a bullshit way how to get it.
Right. Okay. I thought angels were non-binary.
They are actually.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, angels don't really have a preferred
Yeah,
gender. I mean,
yeah.
it's kind of like
How?
how God
Yeah,
is
but God,
referred to he, but God,
it is. Yeah, like you can call God the goddess or the one, the Almighty.
right,
How,
and then yeah,
however, though, the only reason why I use these terms for them is to make the audience know like what they identify as, though, or like mainly because of their physical appearance alone. But for the angels, they don't. They only go by like they them or or they call them siblings. Elra, who is God in my verse, basically calls them my children. He does not call them sons or daughters. Yeah,
right. So it's almost getting time to stop this live. I will
yeah,
say though, I'm going to add timestamps in this live,
yeah,
so that way, if y'all want to skip around, which y'all are, I know this is probably a little too early to say that.
yeah.
Free nerf.
Wait, what he said?
He said free nerf. Facts.
Huh?
Um,
No, the second one, the first one he made.
does Allah fight God from Jesus Christ?
I don't understand that part.
Uh, uh, like, do they get into a fight? But yeah, like I was saying, I'm going to include timestamps because we are going to finish this at the 1 hour mark. At the final hour mark, this is about a 5 hour live, and yeah, that's kind of it. um,
Mm,
I will say this was fun. I would do this again. Probably make some more tea. Probably have some sugar so I can make some more tea. And other than that, yeah, this was actually fun. I was able to do a full 5 hour live, and I enjoyed it. What about you, Wendigo?
I enjoyed it.
Yeah. All right, send me the DeviantArt when it go in.
Yeah, I already
All
sent it
right,
to you.
I will
Yeah,
send you. I will send you it, but he's gonna have to send it to me first, and then it's probably gonna be tomorrow. But yeah, other than that,
yeah.
this has been Goji and Wendigo. We'll see y'all in the next one.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah, just like that, it is time to